شكرا.
السلام عليكم اخواني اللي عند الباب، لو سمحتوا لان دقائق ان شاء الله معدوده بنبدا. تفضلوا خذوا اماكنكم. تفضلوا خذوا اماكنكم. السلام عليكم اخواني واخواتي اللي عند الباب، لو سمحتوا خذوا اماكنكم لان ان شاء الله لحظات وبنبدا. عميد فيصل تفضل سيدي.
حضورنا الكريم، السيدات والسادة، فلنقف معا للسلام الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. Ladies and gentlemen, let us stand together for the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates.
لا يمكن أن يعرف قدر الحاضر ولا ما هو المستقبل. اللي لا يعرف ماضيه لا يمكن يعرف الحاضر اللي هو فيه، ولا يعرف المستقبل واللي بيواجهه.
بدأت حكايتنا بحلم وطموح والدنا المؤسس الشيخ زايد رحمه الله.
الشيخ زايد أمل دولة الإمارات.
ليكمل الرحلة من بعده المغفور له الشيخ خليفة بن زايد رحمه الله، الذي يلهم رحلتنا بقوله:
إن المستقبل مهما كان بعيدا فهو قريب، والاستعداد له يبدأ اليوم وليس غدا.
ليحمل راية الرحلة قائدنا صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد حفظه الله، الذي راهن علينا وآمن بقدرات شبابنا فقال لنا:
إن رهاني الحقيقي أنتم يا أبنائي، ولدينا إيمان بأن التقدم في هذه الدولة لن يتم إلا بكم.
الإمارات أمل العرب،
فحمل مسبارها الأول اسم الأمل.
لم نعرف كلمة المستحيل،
وشعارنا قولنا لقائد ملهم صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد.
الإمارات بأبنائها قادر على تحقيق المستحيل والذهاب لآفاق أبعد في الفضاء.
تسلحنا بالعلم والعمل،
استكشفنا المريخ ودرسناه وعرفناه على مر السنين.
سرنا دربنا بمعادلة ذهبية أوصلتنا للقمة،
فبنينا مدينة الأمل،
الحلم الذي راود البشرية لعقود من الزمن
أصبح بجهودنا حقيقة.
فأصبحت دولة الإمارات أمل العالم بأسره ومصدر الإلهام للبشرية جمعاء.
واليوم نحن أتينا لنتعلم ونستعد لليوم الذي سنكمل فيه هذه المسيرة خلف قيادتنا الرشيدة وشعبنا الملهم.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, which also translates to, in the name of Allah, the most graceful, the most merciful. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yusuf Abdul Bari. And first of all, if you thought light is the fastest thing that travels, would like to give our thanks to El Gama Penumbra, Asia's Got Talent champions, that proved that shadow travels faster than light. Can we give them a round of applause, everyone? In addition to them, the two brave children that boarded this stage right now, and their names are Hamad and Al-Dhabi, for continuing that story of the UAE's achievement into outer space. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally a reality. Zayed Talks, that's the name of our event, which is a launch to the platform, that's Zayed the Inspirer. We need inspiration to succeed, as much as a car needs energy to move. So before we start, ladies and gentlemen, an improvised story, if you allow me, Your Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, today's platform will tackle entrepreneurship. Everybody wants to be their own boss. Raise your hand if you want to be your own boss. That's nice. Now, tell you something, the foremost difficult question a human being has to answer are, what do I major in? Who do I marry? Where do I work? Where do I live? Alhamdulillah, I answered those 4 questions. This was the most beautiful answer so far. But however, the question of where do I work? I think it's more accurately speaking, how do I work where I want to work? Graduating from the university, all employers and organizations look for the one thing every student and graduate does not have, which is experience. And when you carry your resume to organizations, you're no different than a beggar. Doing a common thing in a common way does not get the attention. So how do you do that? You don't really get anything in a time nobody has change to spare. Believe it or not, CV, as a graduate, ripped it off. And I kid you not, I bought lighters. Lighters. And I went to, of course, the place I targeted, which is Media City, targeting the break hours, smoking breaks in particular, looking for someone who needs a light. As soon as I find one, get out a lighter, light a cigarette for them. Why? You need to break the ice. And it broke the ice until I lit my lighter for the right man. And he said, hey, where do you work? Careful. No, I didn't say, oh, I'm not working, I'm looking for a job and stuff, because if the employer needs to need you. If you're in need, they're not going to feel you're going to be a quality addition. So I said, I'm looking for the right opportunity, taking my time. I said, you know what? Come on upstairs. We'll do a voice test. Did a voice test, and I swear to Allah, until this day I remember what the general manager of that organization said. You're not here because of your expertise in politics, because they are zero. You're not here because of your experience in media, because they too are zero. You're here because you have a voice. Remember that, because if anybody is going to tell you, I got you here, tell them you're wrong, mister. Ladies and gentlemen, in short, you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to get married, you want to find the right apartment, the right villa, or you want to start the right business and make money out of that business, the one skill you need is how to sell yourself to people. And today, we'll be feeding on that on the very exquisite menu and food to the mind we have for you. Welcome, everyone. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, this stage, the main stage language, will alternate between Arabic and English. Feel free to use your translation devices at any time, should, of course, the need require. But for now, please welcome with me not only a co-host, but also a main host in Arabic. Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing Diala Ali.
Thank you, Yusuf.
Very welcomed.
أصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السيدات والسادة، أسعد الله صباحكم بكل إلهام في هذا اليوم المميز، ويسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون معكم في هذا الحدث المنفرد باسم زايد، قائدنا وملهمنا الأول في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. الإبداع، التميز، التفرد هدف لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، واليوم نجحت في اعتلاء قمم النجاح، فأصبحت أرضاً للإلهام ومحط أنظار كل ساع للتفوق. وها نحن اليوم في خطوة ملهمة جديدة، نجتمع لإطلاق الحدث العالمي الملهم الأول في المنطقة، زايد توك، تحت رعاية الفريق سمو الشيخ سيف بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء وزير الداخلية.
Well said, Diala. That's what you said, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Zayed Talk, the Zayed the Inspirer platform that carries the name of our founding father, the father of inspiration. An inspiring morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. And what we'd like to say is that this platform is going to be a global inspiration platform. It started always from the UAE, and it always ends with the world and beyond.
وانطلاقاً من شعار الحلقة الأولى لزايد توك، كن ملهماً أو be inspired، سيجتمع على مسرح واحد 8 متحدثين تحفيزيين عالميين ضمن محور ريادة الأعمال.
Ladies and gentlemen, this platform will be bringing together today 8 global renowned speakers to talk about the community of entrepreneurs. So write everything you hear down on your hands if we don't trust our minds.
ونظراً لطلب سعادة اللواء سالم علي مبارك الشامسي وكيل وزارة الداخلية المساعد للموارد والخدمات المساندة، وقبل أن نبدأ بمحاضرات وفعاليات زايد توك، نود أن نطلب منه أن يتفضل إلى المسرح لتكريم المشاركين في نجاح هذا الحدث، فليتفضل مشكوراً.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now inviting His Excellency Major General Salim Al-Shamsi, the Ministry of Interior Assistant Undersecretary for Resources and Support Services. Before going with any of the proceedings of our speakers and sessions here today, we'll be awarding all speakers and partners who made this event possible today. Please welcome His Excellency once more.
تقديراً لجهودهم ومساهماتهم الملهمة في زايد توك، نقدم لمحدثينا ومؤدي الفقرات الفنية والمشاركين في الورش المصاحبة والداعمين لمبادرة زايد توك دروعاً تذكارية وشهادات تقديرية. سنبدأ بدعوة السيدات والسادة توالياً بأسمائهم لاستلام الدروع التذكارية.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an accompanying exhibition and workshops. That's why we're going to be inviting all of our speakers and partners on the stage, respectively, who made this event possible. And we're going to start with, ladies and gentlemen, Jessica Cox. From our awardees as well, ladies and gentlemen, we summon onto the stage Mike Zila.
ومعنا كذلك بالمتحدث والملهم توفيق كردية. كذلك ندعو إلى المسرح المتحدث ورائد الأعمال عمر البوسعيدي.
And the list is still young, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Dr. Khalid Ghattas. Can I also have a round of applause for our next one, Ula Dudin. That's a nice picture. Coming up is Duncan Stevens.
وكذلك رحبوا معنا إلى المسرح المخرجة الملهمة نهلة المهيري. نشكر وندعو إلى المسرح على مساندتهم لهذا الحدث ممثلي مجموعة الفطيم.
Ladies and gentlemen, calling the representatives of Majid Al Futim Group. Let's carry on.
مجموعة ماجد الفطيم.
And also, after that,
السادة ممثلي ريكسوس مارينا أبو ظبي. والسادة ممثلي مصرف أبو ظبي الإسلامي. وكليات التقنية العليا.
Calling to the stage, higher colleges of technology. Even if they're not here, they still do deserve a round of applause for their support, don't they?
شكراً.
They are here. All right, fault is on my eyes.
شكراً لكليات التقنية العليا. وكذلك نشكر وندعو إلى المسرح ممثلي دائرة الاقتصاد والسياحة في دبي.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Department of Economy and Tourism, Dubai. The best way to make a picture beautiful is to make the one taking it shy. And the best way to make them shy is to give them an applause. That's right.
مؤسسة زايد العليا لأصحاب الهمم.
Zayed Higher Organization for People of Determination.
مركز الشارقة لريادة الأعمال. صندوق خليفة لتطوير المشاريع.
Khalifa Fund for Enterprise Development.
ومؤسسة سعود بن صقر لتنمية مشاريع الشباب.
Ladies and gentlemen, make it up for RAC SME.
ووزارة الثقافة والشباب.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Culture and Youth.
وأخيراً وليس آخراً جامعة خليفة.
Last and definitely not least, Khalifa University.
شكراً لكم جميعاً. شكراً.
Our thanks
سعادة.
to the Major General Salim Al-Shamsi. Thank you very much
شكراً
for
لك
joining
سعادة
us.
وكيل الوزارة مساعد في وزارة الداخلية. نود أن نذكركم بأن هناك معرض مصاحب في الاستراحة تقدرون تمرون عليهم وتشوفون العرض الرائع للكثير من الأعمال التي تم دعمها من قبل هؤلاء اللي شفناهم على المسرح، الرعاة لمشاريع الشباب. تقدرون تمرون عليهم وتشوفونهم وكذلك تستلهمون من الأعمال اللي قدموها. لا حدود للإبداع، مقولة يجسدها الفنان ناثانيال البيدي الذي جعل من هوايته في فن الرمل مهنة في دولة الإمارات.
Ladies and gentlemen, creativity knows no bounds. The Guinness World Record holder Nathaniel Alapide, and with his magnificent sand murals, was applauded by many for his world's largest sand painting, which was a commemorative piece for the UAE and its rulers. Now, he will be producing one of his sand frames today during the sessions. You'll be able to see it, and we'll be going to reveal it by the end of today's program. So you can look, but you can't touch, and behold the art that will come to be.
نعم، يمكنكم زيارة العرض الفني طيلة مدة الحدث، حيث سيقوم هو برسم لوحته المميزة معنا اليوم مباشرة من حدث زايد توك. خلال الاستراحة أو بعد الحدث إن شاء الله بتشوفون الرسمة متكاملة بالرمل في هذا المكان.
That's a very big canvas right there. It's 3 o'clock to your position. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get vitamin I, inspiration. Beginning our groundbreaking and inspiring sessions, and that will be with someone who starts from inspiration in arts to inspiration in life. Despite being born armless due to an unexplained medical condition, she has proven to the world that through exceptional determination and unparalleled perseverance, one can achieve the impossible. All of these characteristics, ladies and gentlemen, has a name. We welcome together, ladies and gentlemen, Jessica Cox.
حان الوقت لنستمع لأول العرض وأول الملهمين بعزيمة استثنائية وإصرار لا مثيل له. دخلت موسوعة جينيس للأرقام القياسية كأول طيار بدون ذراعين في العالم. تعرفوا معنا على جيسيكا كوكس التي تمكنت من التغلب على حالتها الطبية النادرة، فأصبحت نموذجاً ملهماً للآخرين بما حققته من إنجازات. رحبوا معنا بجيسيكا كوكس.
The loudest applause. She deserves it.
A lot of times people want to limit what they can do, limit what's possible. They want to call it the impossible. My whole life has been showing the world that it's not impossible. My name is Jessica Cox, and I'm a motivational speaker. I'm also the world's first armless pilot. I was born without both of my arms for no medical reason, but as a result, I learned to use my feet. And my feet became my hands. I learned to do things from feeding myself, how to write with my toes, how to do everything I need to do to be independent with my feet. When I was a young person, I really wanted to fly, and I wanted to fly over my playground like a superhero. I actually learned how to fly in a standard airplane, an airplane that was not designed for me. But now I'm on a mission to build the first ever airplane that can be flown with feet. I've had so many inspirational people in my life who have led me to become the woman I am. I think about my own mother, who lived out that example that anything is possible, that with your mind and your faith, you can do anything. Everyone has some purpose on this planet. To those of you who have your own challenges and you work through them every single day, whether they're visible or invisible, I want to encourage you to keep putting on this amazing fight. With determination, anyone can achieve the impossible.
Thank you so very much. It is such a privilege to be here with you this morning. The very first time I've had the opportunity to speak in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Now, I looked around when we landed. It was late last night, but I am aware that there are some similarities here than to my home. I live in the desert of Arizona. The only thing is I don't have the beach. So you have a wonderful beach, and I'm looking forward to seeing that at some point during my stay. In 20 minutes, I want to share with you how to turn an idea into a business. Think for a moment in your own life what that means. For some, it may be taking that step into a new career. For others, it may be overcoming a lifelong fear of taking action and starting your own business. For each of us, it's something different. What is the first step for you? For me, in order for me to take my first step, I had to first learn how to put on my shoes. So let me tell you a story. Growing up on the playground with all of my other classmates who had their arms and hands. And growing up on the playground, my teacher showed the whole class how to tie your shoelaces. You see, she sat down and she had both of her feet inside her shoes, and she used her fingers to grab a hold of the laces, make the loop over and through, and make a beautiful bow. And as I watched her demonstrate to the whole class how to do that, I watched and wondered, well, how do I do that? I don't have any hands or arms. How am I supposed to do that? It was like trying to understand a foreign language without an interpreter. And I could have easily sat there and waited for someone to tie my shoelaces for me and spent the rest of my life relying on someone else, or I could learn to figure this out on my own. And it would determine the opportunities for the rest of my life. So I sat there and I thought about this in a different way. I had both shoes off my feet, and I put one shoe in front of me at a time, and I watched as my teacher showed everyone else. For me, it meant to grab the laces just like this, over and through, and pull to tighten. One loop, the next loop, and after hundreds and thousands of tries, I made the bow. I did the same thing with the other shoe, over and through, and pull to tighten. And one loop, the other, and I made the bow. I could then slip my foot inside the shoe, and at the age of 6 years old, I not only learned how to tie my shoelaces, but I learned how to think outside the shoe. I was born without both of my arms, and for centuries, in certain parts of the world, it would have meant a life of dependence, depending on someone to help me do things like brush my teeth, feed myself, and do everything that's normal. But as I stand before you as accomplished entrepreneur, someone who's spoken in 27, now 28, thank you, Zayed Talk, 28 countries around the world. It is my pleasure to share with you the strategies for how to take that first step. Now imagine what it would be like if you could take action without fear. What would that mean for you? Maybe an opportunity that crossed your path, you dove right into it without any hesitation. Or just imagine having the confidence to stand up and share your ideas without the fear of being judged. Or imagine trusting yourself to achieve anything in your life. I'm known as the world's first armless pilot, and for many, during the process, they thought it was impossible to fly an airplane without any arms and hands. But I will tell you 3 things that helped me to achieve the impossible. And you may want to write these down, and you don't have to with your feet. But you can write these down. Number 1, block the noise. Number 2, be consistent. And number 3, be willing to fail. Block the noise, be consistent, and be willing to fail. Now, I only have a few minutes with you, so I'm going to share with you these 3 points, but there are 6 more that I will be sharing at the very end of my speech, a gift to all of you to take home. But let's start with number 1, block the noise. There is a lot of noise, external and internal. And noise for you may be the internal noise, self-doubt. Oh, I could never do that. Oh, it's impossible. Or it could be external noise, something someone else is telling you. For me, it was external noise my entire life because I was born without arms. It was non-stop. I have a wonderful family, and my family doesn't talk much about hardship. We just learn how to get through it. I didn't cry much growing up, but times I did get angry and frustrated. And every day I went to school wearing prosthetic limbs. For those of you who are not familiar with prosthetic limbs, they're made out of plastic and metal. So these are made out of plastic and metal, and I wore them on my shoulders, kind of like a jacket. And I wore them, and it was very hot in Arizona in the desert, similar to here. So I was sweating a lot wearing these prosthetic limbs. And they also weighed about 5 kilos, so they were heavy. They were heavy, and they made me hot. They were very uncomfortable. For me, it was hard because they lacked sensation. I didn't have the ability to feel whether something was hot, cold, smooth, or rough. It just didn't have that capability. So why was I wearing them? Because of the external noise. You know what I'm talking about, that noise that you hear. Something you know it's not true, but you hear it. The external noise is what kept these prosthetic limbs on for 11 years. We have to be able to block the noise. And I remember one particular time jumping into a ball pit. As a child, I had my prosthetic limbs on, and I jumped into a big pit full of plastic balls, and I jumped in with all the other children, and I began to sink into this ball pit, all the way to the bottom of the ball pit. Every time I tried to climb out, the prosthetic arms weighed me down, and I kept falling deeper and deeper. And all the children around me who were jumping in this pit, it made it even harder to try to push myself out. And it felt like I was drowning. And then finally, the children got out of the pit, and I managed to push myself up out of that pit. I finally gave up those prosthetic arms, and it was one of the best decisions in my life. I challenge you to not let that external noise affect your success. We have to be able to block the noise, and we also must be persistent and be consistent in our efforts. Consistency is so incredibly important. Having consistency in what we attempt to do is so important. I have to share with you, when I decided to become a speaker, an entrepreneur, I knew that there were a lot of speakers in my field, and a number of speakers were speaking on different subjects, and I needed to differentiate myself from the speaking market. And so I decided to pursue becoming a pilot. But becoming a pilot was going to take a certain amount of consistency. It was going to take dedication, hard work, persistence. And so I went out to start my journey to becoming a pilot. After finding a flight instructor, I went out to the airport every single morning before the sunrise, drive an hour to get to the airplane, and when I was at the airplane, prep the airplane and then go through all the training that was required with my instructor. This was for months and months, 6 days a week before the sunrise, and I'm not a morning person, so this was very hard for me. But I would get up and I'd train with my instructor and go through all the consistent processes of learning to teach my body to do something no one has ever done before. And I just know that there were so many, we knew in the beginning there was going to be a lot of obstacles that had to be overcome. But we went through the process by consistently training. And there was a point in the training after 2 flight instructors, 2 years, training in 2 different states, that we hit this point where I felt everyone had given up on the possibility of me becoming a pilot. I just remember hitting rock bottom and feeling like everyone had given up. They've done everything they can. We've gone through all the processes, and it was going to be impossible to continue. But you see, consistency is more than a physical thing. It's mental. It's having the focus. It's having the motivation to keep going when it gets tough. And I pulled up a picture of an airplane and I put it on the backdrop of my computer. And every morning I spent just a few minutes, a few seconds, envisioning what it was like to fly that plane, what it would feel like, what it would look like. And that's what allowed me to keep pushing through till I got my 3rd instructor. And my 3rd instructor was a very good instructor. He took me through all of the training. I was having a lot of trouble landing the airplane because it is one of the hardest things to do when you land. There's a lot going on. I was coming in too fast. I was coming in too slow sometimes. Sometimes I would hit the ground, and sometimes I would just not do it right. And so my instructor worked hard with me on this training when it came to landing the airplane and being consistent. And one day, I remember I sat in the airplane with my instructor. He said, "Give me 5 consistent good landings, and I will climb out of this airplane and let you fly my airplane alone." That morning, I gave him the first good landing, the second, the third, the fourth, and finally, the 5th good landing. And my instructor climbed out of the cockpit of his airplane, and he said to me, "Make sure you hear me on the radios and stay in communication with me. And I'm going to sign your logbook, and you can go and fly on your own now." And it was the moment I was waiting for. He signed my logbook, and I remember sitting there in the airplane thinking to myself, wow, this is what I've been waiting for. And the toes of my right foot were wrapped around the yoke. My left foot held onto that throttle. And I was so focused. My heart was beating. I was so excited. I was so determined to fly that airplane alone. And I started to lift off. As I started to lift off, it didn't even hit me that I was flying the plane alone. But I started to get higher and higher and higher until it was time to now turn back towards the airport. And when I made that turn going back towards the airport, all I heard was static. And I began to panic. Why is there static? This has never happened in the airplane. Something must be wrong with my headset. Something must be wrong with the radios. And I tried my best to troubleshoot. I looked over and the plugs were just fine. Then I looked up at the radio and I thought, well, maybe something's wrong with the radio, but the radio was fine. And then I started to drift. The airplane was drifting more and more as I took my focus off flying the airplane. And I began to panic and wonder, what is my instructor thinking on the ground? This is his airplane. His license is on the line. What's he thinking right now? I was supposed to be in communication with him, but I didn't because something's wrong with my radio. Something's wrong with my headset. I'm not able to communicate with him on the ground. And I could continue down this road and spiral out of control and crash the airplane. Or I could do what my instructor consistently told me to do. He said, fly the airplane first. Everything else is second. He consistently told me that over and over and over again. If something went wrong, fly the airplane first. Everything else is second. And I sat up when I remembered his words. I sat up tall. I grabbed a hold of the controls with both feet. And I went in to land. I landed beautifully without any form of communication because of the consistent training that my instructor gave me and his words of fly the airplane first, everything else is second. Are you consistent in your goals? Do you put dedication, hard work, perseverance in achieving your goals? We have to be consistent. And if you feel challenged at times, those 6 points I'm going to share with you at the end of my speech, those are going to help you get through it, to have the self-confidence, to push through. But before I share with you those points, I have one last point and just enough time for that. And that is be willing to fail. Failure is an opportunity to learn. Failure is only temporary. And we have to think about this in a positive way because sometimes the fear of failure is what holds us back from achieving, from trying, from doing something. As an entrepreneur, there's always a number of risks that you take. You take them regularly in business. And for me, I took a number of risks, especially in the earlier years of speaking. I remember one time receiving an invitation to speak all the way in Kenya, Africa. It was going to be my first time to speak on the continent of Africa, and I was super excited about this opportunity. I just remember getting the phone call and saying, oh, yes, I'd love to speak. And I was invited to fly to Mombasa, the capital of Kenya. And the organizer was going to be there to meet me. And I remember him greeting us at the airport. But before we landed, I didn't have all of the plans figured out just yet. I didn't have my payment secured. And I decided to go ahead and leave anyway because we were running out of time and we were dealing with logistics. So I landed in the country, and the organizer went to meet me, and he said, you know what, I don't have your payment just yet, but if you can hold on, I'm working on it. And I thought, well, what's 2 days? I'm already here. I'm already in Kenya, Africa. And 2 days went by. 30 minutes before I was to speak in front of the audience, the organizer came up to me and said, I'm sorry, I cannot secure your payment. And I was stunned. And I thought, what am I going to do? There is a captive audience waiting for me in the room next door. And so I went into the room next door, into the auditorium, and I told everyone, thank you so much for having me. And I went home. Actually, I went to my hotel room. I didn't go home, but I went to my hotel room. And when I was in my hotel room, a bill was slipped under the door, and the bill read, all of the expenses for my stay, in addition to all of the expenses for the entire event and all of the catering. And I said, this has got to be a mistake. I remember bringing this bill over to the front desk and explaining to them, I said, this cannot be right. What do I do? This is not correct. And they explained to me, no, this is correct. And in order for you to leave the country, you need to pay this entire bill in order for us to shuttle you to the airport. And my heart stopped. Because here was a bill thousands of dollars and I didn't know what to do. I was halfway around the world. I didn't know anyone else local in the entire country. And now I was stuck. And fortunately, one of the sponsors picked up the bill. And I couldn't be any happier when I got on that plane on my way out of Kenya, feeling, though, as if I was a total failure. Here I was, thousands of miles away from home, and I was a complete failure. And I could have been out thousands and thousands of dollars. It was an embarrassment. But I could have stopped then, and I could have just quit the whole career of motivational speaking. Who would want to be at risk of doing something like that again? But I decided to push forward, and I continued with my career as a motivational speaker, and had some wonderful, wonderful things have happened since then. I met some wonderful people, and to be here with you right now is such a privilege. So I'm so happy to see failure as an opportunity to learn. And if you can do the same in your own life, in the things that happen, see failure as only temporary. And it's an opportunity to learn, and it will accelerate you towards your goals. So I've shared with you these wonderful pointers about, number 1, block the noise. 2, be consistent. And number 3, be willing to fail. And I hope that you can use these same exact lessons in your own life. I hope that you can apply them. And I have a promise to you that I shared with you earlier. This is my promise to you, the 6 steps that I'm going to give to every single one of you. So with these 9 steps, I'm going to actually ask you, I'm going to use my phone and do the same thing here to be able to receive these steps. Pull out your phone or take a picture of the screen, whatever works for you. I use my toes when I text message, and just pull up the URL here, www.jessicacox.com/resources. And I hope to give you this gift of 6 points. And my wish for each of you is to be able to turn your ideas into your own businesses and believe that you can do anything. Because if I can do this, so can you. Thank you so very much. I am confident you will adopt these strategies and apply them to your own life and see the same rapid results as many have before you. It has been an absolute pleasure. I wish you the best and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica Cox, for your amazing speech and inspiring presentation. Thank you so much. رجل الأعمال الذي أسس 12 شركة وأحد المساهمين في مجلة فوربس سيخبرنا بحكايته التي يشاركنا بها على مسرح زايد توك. رحبوا معنا بمايك زيلر المعماري. Mike Zeller, the stage is yours. Welcome to the stage.
I'm Mike Zeller, an entrepreneur and author of The Genius Within. My obsession for decades has been unlocking the potential of myself and others, and I've found that if I know my genius or know the genius of my team, guess what? We have a capacity to flourish. If we play out of position, we will struggle and encounter more and more frustration because we are not in alignment with our wiring, with our gifting. At the end of the day, we've got to maximize our strengths and manage our weaknesses. How do we unleash the God-given capacity of you, your organizations, and even your nation? We are going to dive into the 5 fundamental premises of human genius and the 4 steps to unlocking the genius and potential of any individual. One of the greatest things that we see in countries that flourish, in organizations that flourish, and in people that flourish is they find themselves in exactly the right position more often than not. The greatness of an individual The greatness of an organization or even that of a nation is predicated upon whether or not those individuals collectively maximize their gifting, their human potential, and thus their genius. One of the biggest challenges, though, is the clues are scattered throughout our lives about our genius, about our gifting, about our potential, and until now there's not been a formula to gather the clues and bring them forth so that they pop like popcorn. The patterns need to pop so that you can see and make more effective decisions about your life, about your destiny, about your career, about your organization, or even about your country. As the Honorable Sheikh Mohammed Zayed has said, you are the real wealth, not the 3 million barrels of oil. You are the future of this nation's security and safety net. So you don't want to miss this session at the Zayed Talks. The world desperately needs your greatness. It begins now. I can't wait to dive in with you, and thank you for letting me serve you. Hi guys. Well, I'm honored to be here for a lot of different reasons. March is a very pivotal month for me. Last March was one of the darkest moments of my life when I came home from a trip like I'm on right now, and my wife came home at about 9:30 at night on a Tuesday evening, and she had a suicide note ready for me. And that was a really dark moment and scary moment. Last year was a pretty intense moment for me as I was going through battle for her soul, battle for her life. And it reminded me of what I went through in 2018, which is in 2018, I experienced what I thought was the hardest thing I'd ever been through, where I went through a period of mistake or blow after blow, things going wrong. I don't know if you guys have ever had things in your life go wrong that seemed out of control, but I was in that season of life where setback after setback happened, and I ended up losing $1 million that year. And I had also endeavored to get married that year. I had a beautiful wedding planned in Florence, Italy, with my wife and 60 other friends, and it was a beautiful moment. But I also saw in March that year, one of my core businesses disintegrated right before we got married. And it was a partnership split, and it was one of the most heartbreaking, challenging seasons in my life up until really last year. But you know, the hard things in life often are gifts. I like to think of a Boeing 737. Most of us have flown in airplanes, right? Well, if you ever think about the physics of how an airplane is lifted into the night sky carrying hundreds of passengers, what's it have to do? It has to face this invisible thing called resistance. And it has to face the resistance or the air at a fast enough speed, at enough trajectory, at enough of the right angle that it will force this invisible thing called air, will force an airplane off into the night sky carrying us. Well, the hard things in life are often those things that are our resistance. So I had to learn a lot of things the hard way. I don't know if anyone else here is stubborn like me, but I've learned a lot of things the hard way. But it started in 2018, it started causing me to pay attention to clues. What are the clues? Why was I very successful over here, but then why did I make a lot of mistakes over here? There was a lot of reasons for that. And I started paying attention almost to the extent I feel like the Sherlock Holmes of human genius, where I can recognize and see patterns and study how do I unlock my own genius, my own potential, but also unlock the potential of others. So one of my central premises is that extraordinary success is preceded by being in extraordinarily right circumstances, right positions, and that your gifts are best utilized when you can identify with a simple 4-step process, which we're going to go through here. One of the things I've appreciated about your country, what I've learned about your country thus far, this is my first time to the UAE, by the way, which it's been a beautiful trip so far, but I loved the spirit and the vision of the leaders of the country, you know, of Sheikh Zayed, the Honorable Sheikh Zayed that we are here in honor of, and then Sheikh Khalifa and Sheikh Mohammed as well. You know, I love this quote from His late Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed, may Allah have mercy upon him, he said, the people are the ultimate objective and the aim of development, as well as the engine and the means that drive its efforts. So if people are the ultimate aim, then what if we are driven to maximize the potential of others? What if there was a process and a pathway to identify, hey, as I look at my children, as I look at my employees or my team, as I look at my own life and my trajectory, what if there's a pathway for me to gather the clues about my deepest area of gifting? So I feel like there's three main ingredients of unlocking human potential. There's identity. We're going to talk about the identity of this country for a second here in a moment. Genius. How do I decide and define and decipher what is my deepest area of genius? And then alignment. And it's true of individuals, companies, and nations, but identities can shift. Here's one of the craziest, coolest stories I've ever heard as I've learned about the UAE. You know, in the early 1900s, this was a country of fishing and pearl diving and trade. Then in December 2nd, 1971, through the vision and leadership of the Honorable Sheikh Zayed and others, they formed a great country with a vision to become even greater, to create great things, right? And His Highness Sheikh Khalifa advanced the vision and identity even further. Rising up out of the Middle East, you've become arguably the greatest country in the Middle East, from what I can see as an American. But now His Highness Sheikh Khalifa, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan is forging a new national identity, the next level of identity on equality and renewable energy and cutting-edge innovation in all sectors. So as you look, one of the things that I see over and over in organizations and people and leaders and high achievers is that your identity precedes your destiny. You know, if you think about it, when we're walking, when we're creating something or becoming something more, what we see in our mind's eye determines what we become, right? But sometimes if we have a low vision of what we can become, it handcuffs us. So, but fortunately, we're not trapped by an old identity. Your nation is an example of that. I'm an example of that. The identity of a person can change. The identity of an organization can change. The identity of a country can change. But the identity sets the ceiling, and then genius shows you the right position, and then alignment helps you maximize the potential. So assuming your identity is healthy and matches the vision, how do you go about unlocking the genius or the gifting of people? The reality is we all have areas of genius, don't we? And areas where we're not so good. We must be ruthlessly honest about both. So let me do this little exercise. Unfortunately, most of us here do not have a notebook, so we're going to have to pretend like we're doing this exercise. But imagine you write out on a notebook with your dominant hand. For me, I'm right-handed. So I write out, this presentation rocks. And then if I switch, I write it out with my non-dominant hand. It would look like chicken scratch, right? It would just be, it looked like a toddler or a 3-year-old wrote. But if you go back to your right hand or your dominant hand and take great care, you'll notice that it will look dramatically different. Because at the end of the day, if we're starting from our point of where we're closer to our mastery, we have a lot less farther to go to get to mastery. But if we start down here where we're not so good, right, it's going to take so much effort to just get to average. We're here because we don't want to be average. I don't want to be average. I want to be extraordinary at whatever I do. And I'm going to lay out a pathway for you to decipher the clues on how you could be your most extraordinary self. So here's another example. Just if I start out with my non-dominant hand, just to get to okay, that's going to take so much effort, so much painstaking labor. But if I start out with my natural gifts, it's going to take just a little bit of effort. Still a decent amount of effort, but a lot less to get to great. And that's where we want to be. And that's where part of the vision of the country is, right? To be great. One of my favorite skill sets or tools is the Gallup Strengths Finder. Has anyone taken the Gallup Strengths Finder? Anyone take personality tests? Do we have any personality test junkies in here? Maybe not. In America, we use them a lot. But when you take this test, it gives you 34 strengths and helps you see the sequence of where you're most naturally gifted and then where you also are not so good. And there's a 1 in 275,000 chance that you'll meet someone in the same top 5 as you, and 1 in 33 million that someone will have the same 5 in the same exact order. That's how unique you are. That's how unique I am. And if we can maximize and start as leaders, if we can start seeing with others their potential and a pathway to understand their potential. So, and by the way, these slides, if you guys want some of the slides, I'll text them to you or email them to you as well, because this is my mission. My mission and obsession is unlocking the potential of others. So, first few premises. Our lives have clues about our genius. I don't know if you notice, like I have a little 20-month-old daughter. We could see things about her at the beginning, even early, as she was born, she gets quiet when we go into big rooms. She gets quiet when she's around other people. Tells us she's most likely an introvert. So that tells us, hey, all right, we've got to understand and navigate this. She's very dominant. Her first word was no. At 7 months, she smacked her hands on the table when we were trying to give her food, and she said, no, 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 very emphatically. So that tells us that she's a very determined, opinionated lady. That gives us clues about her future, right? So we have clues scattered throughout our lives, but no one until now has given us a pathway to organize and distill and see how the clues pop, right? So second thing, formula for understanding human genius is a 4-step process, which I'm going to show you. Third, genius blockers, traumas, old identities, limiting beliefs, systemic discrimination, and disempowering stories or beliefs handcuff us. So when my wife was battling depression for 2.5 years, she came from a family of a lot of deep abuse. She is a 3-time suicide survivor before the age of 21. And I knew she had experienced a lot of abuse, but when she got pregnant, it triggered her into panic attacks 3 or 4 times a week, a deep battle of depression for 2.5 years that we literally just came out of within the last few months. Complex PTSD. I don't know if it's like she had been to war like 4 or 5 times and had suffered the worst things imaginable, because when our daughter would cry, it would literally trigger her back into her trauma as a young girl, where she was taking care of 3 or 4 small children as an 8 or 12-year-old. And it would send her body, her parasympathetic nervous system, back into that trauma. So we had to heal that to unlock her potential. We had to get through that. Fortunately, we figured out ways for ultimately what's considered incurable aspects of trauma. But then number 4, the highest performing organizations of the future, highest performing nations of the future, which, if I look at the UAE, you have such a bright future. But they will have the right people in the right places more often than not, much more than the average nations or average organizations or average leaders. So you can have X-ray vision. I'm going to walk you guys through the path to understand, how do I recognize people's genius? 5th, it's next to impossible to succeed at extraordinary levels in a misaligned position. How many of you guys have tried something and you just absolutely stunk at it? Right? It was because we're in a misaligned position sometimes. Sometimes we need to keep going and learn, but other times it's just not the right position for us. So I love this quote by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. It says, "You are the real wealth, not the 3 million barrels of oil. You are the future of this nation's security and safety. We are in a good condition now, but we want to establish the vision for 50 years and beyond." That resonated with me. He has the vision. He recognizes that the people are the real wealth. So I'm going to walk you guys through. This is a pathway that I've seen over and over, and it's without fail. I've led 500 leaders through this process, and every single time someone goes through the full process, they elevate their clarity of their genius. They understand how to put themselves in the right position and how to lead their companies and their organizations into the right position. First thing is your unique talents. What if we could gather hundreds of pages of information about you or about your key leaders, about where you're most naturally gifted? Well, you can. I take people through 5 different personality tests. We'll talk more about that. But then you also look at your defining life experiences, those pivotal, meaning-making moments that help shape you and help, as a country, for example, help shape the country, right? Third thing, key relationships, the people that bring you life versus death. Have Have you ever been around people and you're like, man, I don't want to be around that guy or woman anymore. They bore the heck out of me. Or I love being around that person. I feel something stirring in my spirit. Like I recognized a few years back, I was like, I have all these best-selling authors as friends. I hadn't written a book at the time. And I was like, I love being around these leaders and movement makers and thinkers. There's something there. And now I have one book done, another 2 books in the queue. Last thing, your values and passions. What do you stand for and what do you stand against? And what are you curious or passionate about? So we'll cover briefly through this. So the 4 steps, again, 5 different personality tests. You get 250 pages of insight. When I do the Define Life experiences, you go through from your birth to now. And there's clues scattered throughout your life about who you are, what on earth you're made to do, and what gifts you have to offer to the world. Next one, key relationships. Again, who do you feel drawn to? Who do you already have a cluster of relationships with? Next one, values and passions. All right, I love Einstein's example, and also Sheikh Zayed. We're going to talk about him in a second. Einstein's curiosity drove him to understand how the world works, how physics work, right? How light and E equals mc squared, how that all came together because his curiosity drove him to become passionate about physics and understanding the world, which drove him to become one of the greatest physicists of all time, right? And then if you look, one of my favorite examples, from what I've learned about the Honorable Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, he was curious about what could happen if the 7 Emirates united to form a great country. That became his passion, to unite the 7 tribes. And that developed into his purpose to build a great country, which led to his life path. For 30 plus years, he was a great leader, right? He set the stage. His legacy still lives on. His spirit still lives on. And his identity and his talents supported that. So what about you? What are your curiosities? What's your passion? What's your life purpose, right? What if you could gain some clarity on that? I'll fly through these a little bit. Rajesh Shetty, one of my clients I work with, we went through the whole process we're talking about. He's got 350 employees, but we gave him a lens and a filter so he had x-ray vision. He could see his team at another level. What if you could see the people you lead, even your family, understand and appreciate their gifts and help them find their natural life path? So, in Rajesh's example, his communication elevated, his executives got more inspired, and his team got more inspired. Another one, Kristen Boss, she was just a hairstylist when we met. Now she's a best-selling author, an entrepreneur with a multi-million-dollar business. She's built real wealth for her company and her family because she stepped into her deepest area of genius. She did the hard work to figure it out, and she found confirmation that, one of the key quotes is desire. The root word for desire means sire, of the Father, of Allah, right? If we have a desire, a longing, a quest for something, it was given to us by God, by Allah, right? Trust it, explore it, step into it. Don't allow yourself to be captivated by what I call the disease of small-itis. Like, I'm not enough. I'm not good enough. I can't do this. Who am I to do this, right? So here are some of the benefits of reverse engineering your genius. First thing is your flow state increases. How many of you guys are familiar with flow state? Flow state is where you're 500% more productive. It's where work becomes play. And people who experience flow state, they get all 6 of those neurochemical cocktails, where you're twice as likely to step in a flow state if you know your strengths and if you operate from your strengths. How many of you guys, you do something you're not so good at, you don't step into flow state, you step in a frustrated state. That's what happens to me. If I try and do something I'm not so good at, like my wife is a poet, I cannot write poetry. Not very well. If I try and write poetry, it's horrible. She will not let me sing to our daughter because I'm not a good singer. My wife's a great singer, but that's not my flow state, right? Second, your level of inspiration, natural drive increases dramatically. And then third, you experience a huge increase in happiness, fulfillment, and progress. All right? So those are some of the benefits. Love this quote from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed. He said, I am certain from what I've witnessed from my simple interaction with bright minds and hopeful, optimistic faces that we are betting on the right people in the right generation for the future of the UAE. So, I want to leave you guys with a few final questions. Are you operating from your deepest area of gifting right now? Are you effectively managing your weaknesses? What if you could actually see and understand your weaknesses at a whole nother level? What if you had X-ray vision? You could walk into a room and you could pick up on patterns. Like Omar, who's speaking here in a moment, he's brilliant and talented. Talking with him for 10 minutes yesterday. He left the room, and I said, Omar's probably really good at this. He's probably not so good at this, isn't he? And his wife nodded. She's like, how'd you know that? Because I can see patterns. I can recognize patterns, just not because I'm special, just because I have a filter. And what I'm offering to you guys is a filter that will allow you to have X-ray vision on leading your people, your company, your family in a different way that will align with their deepest area of genius. So, second, what would happen in your life if you were 50% clear on your gifts and weaknesses? Do you know your own gifts and weaknesses with razor-sharp clarity? But what if you could, right? Third, for leaders, what if central to the design of your organization and your hiring and your leadership, your communication was the understanding of the gifting of the people you lead? And what if you had that X-ray vision we're talking about? Fourth, for romantic relationships, it changed my marriage, knowing my wife's strengths, her knowing my strengths, knowing my weaknesses. Like I don't know about you guys, but we could get at it a little bit. We could fight a little bit. We have a little tension sometimes because we're so opposite. But now we can flirt and play and laugh about each other's differences and appreciate instead of being frustrated. We've traded our expectations for appreciation because we understand and appreciate each other's strengths. Fifth, what does your organizational culture need to be to unlock the genius of others? So, I don't know if we're having questions or not, but I've got a few free guides and different assets for you guys, and I'm here for the next 3 days to serve. So if I can be of service, WhatsApp me, there's my number. I'd love to meet you. I'd love to serve you. I'd love to help you unlock your genius or however I can serve. So that's what I have for my talk. Also, if you're interested in any, I have a workshop coming up, and then I also do VIP and one-on-one mentorship. So that's my email as well. I'll be checking and responding as much as possible over the next 24 hours, but I'd love to serve you guys, and I'm honored to be here. So thank you, guys. All right. I don't know if we're doing questions. Let's see. I heard we were, but maybe not. So well, guys, I hope you enjoyed that. I believe also that the world desperately needs your greatness, and I want to remind you guys that if you step into your genius, that you will shine much brighter and you will have more fun too. So, Natasha, are we doing questions or off? Okay. 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 All right, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mike Zeller, for your inspiring presentation. يعد من أنجح رجال الأعمال في المنطقة، وهو الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة Brands for Less، الذي نجح في تنمية وتطوير مجموعته لتصبح العلامة التجارية الأم للعديد من العلامات التجارية بأكثر من 50 فرعاً في العديد من الدول. رحبوا معنا بالملهم توفيق كريدية.
My name is Tawfiq Redi. I am an entrepreneur and the founding partner and CEO of Brands for Less BFL Group. I always believe that winners are not people who never fail, but people who never quit. Struggle is an important thing for you to really achieve your goals in life. I believe that it is my struggle that have allowed me to reach these heights and build a successful business with over 85 outlets in the GCC and Malta today. It's important to understand that's only through struggles that one can have the strength to overcome challenges. Today, our life is a learning curve, And in every moment of life, we gather information. And gathering information is education, whether you are in a classroom or on the street. So you go out every day and try to catch new information that will really strengthen your character and give you more insights about life.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me for Zayed Talk. I'm really honored to celebrate with you the innovation, entrepreneurship, and the spirit of excellence that defines this country, UAE. Today, I'm pleased to stand here before you as a CEO and entrepreneur. And to be very frank with you, I am not a real motivational speaker. I'm a person who really worked hard in his life, went through a lot of struggle, and found my way in this country of opportunity, the United Arab Emirates, and was able to make it. And the minute I shared my story with the Gen Zs, with the young people, they saw in it motivation. And from that point onward, I was always being invited to come and speak about my story. So I'm proud to call this country, UAE, my home. It's the country that I grew my business in. I grew professionally, and even I grew my family in this country. Sheikh Zayed, may his soul rest in peace, laid foundations for this nation that today has become a beacon of hope. It's not only of hope, it's also of inclusivity and perseverance. Today, I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it, 3 stories. Hoping that will not in some way inspire, it will some way inspire the future entrepreneurs and innovators that will strive and build upon the foundations that late Sheikh Zayed has laid in this nation. The first story is about capitalizing on your challenges and turning them into opportunities. Today, to be very frank with you, when I was young, I had a very challenging upbringing, growing up in Beirut during the Civil War. Lebanon at that time was going through a lot of turmoil and difficult economic challenges. Despite this, I was always curious and hungry to learn. I did exceptionally well in school. I might not have been the most or the smartest kid in the class, but for sure, I can say I was one of the most hardworking among my peers. I learned early on to take the opportunity that is given no matter how small they seem, and turn them into something bigger and better. When I was younger, like any teenager, I was a person or I was a child looking to really have a very joyful teenage life. But I also had responsibility towards my own family. I started working part-time jobs from the age of 13 to help them out in any way possible. I took different part-time jobs during the course of my life, including selling gasoline, selling insurance, building supplies. Throughout these part-time jobs, I learned the importance of managing my finances, exceeding customer expectations, and keeping always a positive vibe. It wasn't all romantic, though. My first job was at a tiny grocery store where I helped the owner with various day-to-day tasks and was paid as low as a daily wage of $5. My days used to start 5 a.m., where I was constantly on my feet, juggling task after task, but I loved it. Throughout these part-time jobs, I learned the importance of managing my finances, exceeding customer expectations, and keeping a positive attitude. It wasn't all romantic, though. The way that people perceive you as a person who's doing these small part-time jobs is not really rewarding at that time. But at the end of the day, it's a matter of what we are learning and how we are building our character for us to be able to deal with any difficulties in the future. At that job, I loved being able to meet and be exposed to different types of customers who had different professions and who treated the small convenience store as their socializing ground. These encounters turned out to be priceless later on. Let me give you an example. During my time at the grocery, I used to help the owner with, for example, maintaining the fast-moving items, making sure they're always restocked before they really run out from the shelves. Being close to the owner taught me the importance of listening to customers. His customers would come and socialize, and sometimes they are coming from abroad, and they would bring back with them some ideas about some products and ask about the availability of these products. And however, those small hints never left neglected by the owner at that time. He made sure to tap into that market by contacting suppliers, trying to find these items for his clients to supply them at his store. None of this had even a hope of any practical application in my life. But more than 10 years later, when my business partner and childhood friend, Yasser, we embarked on our entrepreneurial journey, we reapplied this exact lesson. The BFL Group was founded on the realization of a gap in the market by creating something really niche. It was introducing the off-price module to this part of the world, which for us at the beginning, it was an uphill battle due to the fact that this type of business was not popular or was not known in this part of the world. So based on these gaps and trying to fill these gaps and trying to really give something that is niche, this was the start of the success of this type of business in the UAE. So if I had never taken these part-time jobs, I might have never learned the importance of listening and observing market trends and gaps, of course. At that age, I did not see that. I was too young to really appreciate this information that I am getting on a daily basis. But of course, later on you will know how important it is to stay vigilant to the needs of your customers and to stay relevant to your market. My second story is about being approachable and relatable. Going back to Sheikh Zayed, may his soul rest at peace, he was known for his open door policy. He used to hold continuous and regular consultations with the country's citizens all the time. He used to follow the open door policy, and he used to always listen to the people, listen to their needs, listen to their concerns, and he was always connected to the people, and he was highly approachable. And his vision, driven by a passionate belief in leading by example, and this way a key essence behind his progressive socio-economic sustainable development and humanitarian vision. So I was really impressed of the way that this visionary man was connected to his people. And this connectivity to the people made the whole country so special because he always had his finger on the pulse of what is happening and how to make it better and how to listen to the people. And, you know, I believe through my journey with all the business experience that I have, I think this was my most inspirational lesson that I've learned was from Sheikh Zayed. So, you know, when we started the business, we used to do everything. We started from scratch. We had no capital. We started with $10,000 loan. And we used to do everything. We used to do cashiering. We used to clean the stores. We used to offload containers. We used to do everything. And that's why we know the business from down up. Now, until the day, I really take a great pride in walking through our extended network of stores and connecting with the people, connecting with the staff, connecting with the customers, observing you know, the business realm that we operate, and to make sure that, you know, you have your finger on the pulse of the people, what the customers want, and what your staff are thinking of and they are aspiring to. So what really the late Sheikh Zayed applied in the country, I try to apply it on my small business in comparison. So the business that we have built 30 years ago evolved really, and we have made the advice we received with the insights of the younger and agile workforce, because to run and maintain a successful business, you must remove all labels and maintain inclusive workplace where all voices are heard and all ideas are taken into consideration. So keep humbling yourself with the knowledge that you only grow by embracing the ideas and innovations of the people around you. My third story is about empathy and inclusivity. Late Sheikh Zayed was known and celebrated for being visionary. He placed great emphasis on education and on individual and social empowerment. This included addressing the welfare of the less fortunate for both in the UAE and for others around the world. No matter what business you choose to be in, always make conscious decision to give back and promote equally. It is humbling to have seen both sides of the coin. There were days that I struggled and others that I thrived. It was, however, the people that believed in me and in our vision that paved the way to where we are today. We can never do it on our own. Make sure to be there for the ones that you care for and love, and never be afraid to share what you have. Many of my life lessons were honed by my circle and influenced by the people I encountered. It's never about how much or how little you have. It's always about you and what you as an individual offer. Make sure to choose kindness and respect above all. Everyone around us is fighting and pushing through a battle that we might know little or nothing about. There's definitely more to this than meets the eye, and remembering to show interest and compassion to the people around us will help us. It will help us as individuals make more conscious and meaningful decisions. We are fortunate to live in a country that is as diverse and open as the UAE. Immerse yourself in different cultures, languages, and traditions. Appreciate the difference, all the differences, and respect everyone equally. Never stop learning, and never stop appreciating what you have. We are really fortunate beyond our realization and may we continue to inspire the new generation to give back the same way the founders and leaders of this nation did. God bless the UAE, and may this nation continue to be the land of opportunities for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Tawfiq Keredia, for your inspiring story and presentation and speech. Thank you so much. دفعه شغفه في ريادة الأعمال لتأسيس شركة Global Possibilities الاستشارية التي تركز على تعزيز العلاقات الدولية في الأعمال التجارية والدبلوماسية العامة. واليوم سيشاركنا رحلته في مجال إدارة الأعمال في جلسته الحوارية تحت عنوان أن تكون مواطناً عالمياً. رحبوا معي برجل الأعمال والملهم عمر البوسعيدي. أود أن أنبه أن هناك ستكون استراحة بعد هذا العرض.
في مشكلة مع الصوت فسامحوني ما أعرف شو صار. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. ايش حالكم يا الربع؟ سوري كان المفروض ان تشوفون فيديو بس ما ادري في مشكلة في الجهاز ورا، بس معاكم عمر البوسعيدي. صراحة كنت ابغى اكلمكم بالانجليزي بس ما ادري اكلمكم بالانجليزي ولا بالعربي؟ عربي خلاص اوكي، لان شفت انه كله انجليزي وقلت اوكي يلا. اوكي في البداية معاكم عمر البوسعيدي. أنا كاتب ورائد أعمال، عندي كتاب اسمه Just Read It. للأسف يا شباب الحين الكتاب باللغة الإنجليزية، بس إن شاء الله بتترجم قريب بالعربي. الكتاب عن تطوير الذات، وفي الكتاب أتكلم عن الذكاء العاطفي والاجتماعي. So very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm an author, an entrepreneur. I published a book called Just Read It, and the book is about social and emotional intelligence. I'm going to do this both in English and in Arabic, so the translators in the back don't have to worry. I want to take care of everybody here. Very quickly, أنا بديت رحلتي صراحة من يوم أنا كنت صغير. نحن في البيت ما كان عندنا خدامة. الوالدة كانت تخبرنا إنه أوكي لو تبون علاوة شهريا لازم تداومون، ويعني ما تقدرون تطلعون في الويكند او ما تقدرون تروحون حتى المدرسه الا لو تنظفون البيت. يعني تقوم من الشبريه على طول you gotta make your bed. لو يوم مثلا تخلصون الغداء والعشاء لازم تغسلون الصحون. when I used to grow up, my mom, she wanted to just give us a monthly allowance on only one condition, because we didn't have a housemaid growing up. because it's kind of usual in this part of the world for a lot of people to have like a help in the house. But for her, she was like, fine, if you want a monthly allowance, the only way you're going to get this is that you have to clean the dishes, you have to do the dishes, you have to do the house chores, clean the car, and everything else. وحتى يعني يوم نحن كبرنا شويه وكنت كان عمري يمكن 13 14 سنه، يعني احنا في اجازه الصيف عندنا يمكن 3 شهور صح؟ اوكي، بس بدال ما مثلا اطلع مع ربعي والعب وكذا، الوالده كانت تقول لي لا، عندك بس شهر واحد بتلعب مع اصحابك، والشهرين الباقي لازم تدور دوام، لازم تداوم في مكان. قلت لها ما انا عمري 13 14 سنه، وين بداوم؟ وين بحصل شغل؟ وين بيعطوني شغل صح؟ ف my mom, when I grew up, when I was a teenager, about 13, 14 years old, she's like, you only have in the summer break 1 month of playing with your friends, and the next 2 months you had to find yourself a job. And I was surprised. I was like, Ma, where in the world am I going to get a job at these 2 months, and I'm only like 14 years old. But subhanallah, alhamdulillah, إن الدولة عطونا فرصة إن مثلا نداوم في البنوك وش اسمه في البرنامج الصيفية. فما أدري يمكن في وزارة الداخلية عندكم برنامج هذا ولا لا؟ صح؟ عندكم صح؟ موجود عندكم. So إن شاء الله maybe next summer أنا بقدم عندكم. أخذ شيء خبرة من وزارة الداخلية. So anyways, so basically there was opportunities that was offered by our government to work in the bank. So at a very young age, at like 14, 15 years old, I was already working in the bank. So من يوم أنا صغير تعلمت شيء واحد إنه كيف مثلا مو بس أكون يعني رائد أعمال، كنت أفكر في هالشيء، بس في نفس الوقت قدرت إن أكون أو حسيت إنه مواطن عالمي، لأن هني في الإمارات الحمد لله عندنا فوق 200 جنسية ساكنين في الدولة صح؟ ويوم كنت أداوم في البنك كان عندي ناس من الهند أو من مصر أو من لبنان وكذا، أو من بريطانيا وأمريكا. So at a very young age, I was already exposed to so many different nationalities that helped me understand their way of thinking. So even when I was presenting a project, I was comfortable with how to speak to somebody from the UAE or somebody from Egypt or somebody from these different countries. And this is the beauty about living in the UAE, a country that's so diverse, it has people from all over the world. I'm very, very happy, and I hope my mom is watching, and I love you, Ma. Thank you for this amazing, you know, let's say, inspirational qualities that you put in me from a very young age. يعني الله يحفظ كل أمهاتنا. So one of the people that's really influenced me في النص هذا خالي عيسى الرواحي، وما أدري لو تعرفون الريال اللي عنداله محمد بالكوس الفلاسي، تعرفون سادل؟ كوفي سادل؟ اوكي، هذا صاحب سادل محمد بالكوس. سو نحن يعني شركاء بعد، عندنا بزنس توجذر. اوكي خلاص الشباب كلكم تعرفون. اليوم على فكره سادل عندهم عشاء وعندهم ما ادري ايفنت اليوم، لو ما ادري الساعه 6 المساء وعندكم شيء تعالوا سادل وفي زحمه، فيلا بنشوفكم هناك. So anyways, my uncle دائما خالي كان يقول لي عمر لا تعتمد على راتب. اوكي انت صح بتداوم وكذا وبتاخذ خبره، بس بنفس الوقت انت لازم تفكر كانك انت مؤسسه او انت الدوله. شوف الدوله مثلا نحن ما اعتمدنا بس على البترول او غاز، بس الحمد لله عندنا الحين كل القطاعات تقريبا صح؟ my uncle said to me the same thing. He said, listen Umar, don't depend on only one source of income. I want you to think of yourself like an organization or like a country where they have multiple sources of income. So I'm always grateful to my uncle. من يوم أنا كنت صغير كان دائما ياخذني معاه في اجتماعات وكان يقول لي عمر لا تتكلم، تم اسمع وخذ نوتس. يعني كل ما تاخذ نوتس كل ما تفهم وشي بتعرف كيف مثلا تتعامل مع الناس و how do you negotiate contracts وكل شيء. فالحمد لله I'm very happy إن خالي كان معاي من يوم أنا كنت صغير، وهو يعني ألهمني. فأنا صراحة ما كنت أعرف. أوكي قال لي ادخل في البزنس، ما كنت أعرف شو بسوي في البزنس. فواحد من أول الشركات اللي فتحتها يوم أنا كنت صغير كان شركة دعاية وإعلان. So I had an advertising agency. One of my first businesses, because I wasn't aware what I wanted to do, what was my passion. I was pretty young. I was around 18 years old. كان عمري 18 سنة. فيوم كان عمري 18 سنة قلت يلا شفت إن في الإمارات بدينا يعني مثلا نفتح للعالم وإن الناس يقدرون يستثمرون في الدولة وكذا، وشفنا عماير وإعمار يسوون دعاية ونخيل وكذا كل الشركات الدار. I was like, okay, this is the best chance now for me to do advertisement for these companies. قلت okay يلا أنا بدخل في الإعلان. فالحمد لله كنت اجيب شركات، كنت اجيب بزنس، بس المشكله شو؟ كل ما تتعامل مع الشركات ذيلا يعني ما يعطونك مثلا 50% في البدايه، يقول لك يلا خلاص انا بشتغل معاك بوقع معاك بس بدفع لك عقب متى؟ مو حتى شهر او شهرين، كان يدفعوا لي يمكن بعد 6 شهور او 8 شهور. فانا كنت اتوهق، ما كان عندي السيوله في البنك. I didn't have enough cash flow in the bank. This is the problem when you work in advertising and consulting or maybe even events. You don't get paid on time. People want to pay you 60, 90 days later or sometimes even longer than that. And for a startup, a small business, this is the biggest issue. إن شاء الله الجماعة خليفة صندوق خليفة ودبي SME كلهم ياخذونها الملاحظات، لأن هذا الشيء إن رواد أعمال يواجهونه، هاي التحديات اللي نحن نواجه. You know? So الحمد لله that was the first business. So I had a creative agency. بعدين بعد 6 شهور سكرت الشركة لأن ما كان عندي فلوس، وأتذكر رحت عند الوالدة، لأن الوالدة هي دائما البنك المركزي عندهم بيزات ما أدري من وين يطلعونه من الشبرية، تحت الشبرية. You know, every time you need money you always go to your mom and they will always bail you out. مثل ما الحين استوى مع هاي البنك السيليكون فالي بانك، رايحين عند the Federal Reserve Bank يحاولون يطلعون فلوس من الحكومة الأمريكية حسب anyways sorry دخلت في موضوع ثاني. anyways فشو استوى؟ I set up the first business, it failed. بعدين كان عندي شركة ثانية اسمها كنتسا بوتيك. كنتسا كنت أبيع فساتين والأعراس حق طبعا النساء وشي صح؟ ليش فتحت كنتسا؟ لأن أنا عندي أختي الكبيرة عايدة كل أسبوع أسبوعين تروح عرس، وكل ما تروح عرس عندها فستان جديد وكذا. أملك عايدة ليش يعني كل اسبوعين وما ادري ايش؟ لا لان ما ربيعاتي كلهم موجودين هني وما يقدرون يشوفون ان في نفس الفستان اللي لبسته حتى من شهر او شهرين. قلت خيبه يعني انتم كل عرس تلبسون شيء ثاني شيء جديد. she's like hey I was like oh انا شوف I thought it was a bit crazy. I was like I don't know why، لان هاي الكندوره عادي انا يمكن لبسته الاسبوع اللي طاف والاسبوع يمكن سنه بعد ما ادري من متى عندي الكندوره. Okay so the second business I had was a women's boutique store selling wedding gowns and evening dresses, because my older sister used to always want to go to weddings and would always wear a new dress, and I wouldn't understand why would she wear a new dress all the time. So I thought that the best idea for this was to open a store that sells women's dresses and wedding gowns. بس المشكلة شو استوى في البزنس؟ بعد سنة تقريبا سكرت المحل، لأن سكرت المحل لأن المشكلة كان عندي المحل هني وعندالي كان مطعم لبناني. صراحة أنا حبيت المطعم، بس المشكلة ريحة الزعتر وزيت and everything else وثوم وكله كان يدخل في المحل وعند في الفساتين. So the problem with the shop was I was next to a restaurant opened next to me, and this is the problem with planning, by the way. If the regulators don't plan where to open which shops, this is an issue. So the shop had all this smell coming to the dresses. فبعدين البنات كلهم كانوا يقولون حق الجمهور لا تروحون عند عمر يبيع فساتين كلها شيء صراصير وما ادري شو هذا. ف I had to close that company as well after almost 1 year. بعدين طبعا الوالده كانت تقول لي عمر انا قلت لك انت تم في الدراسه وعندك مداوم انت اوريدي، فليش يعني تبغى تسوي كل هذا ولا تسمع كلام خالك؟ يعني انا من ما this is your brother ما شاء الله، يعني هو لان خالي ما شاء الله عليه هو تاجر وعنده شركات في الاويل اند جاس وكذا وكل شيء. فاوزك لا انا لازم اكون مثل خالي you know. فقالت لي الله يعيني فيك وفي خالك. فالمهم بعد سنه after another a year and a half I set up a business consulting firm هني في ابو ظبي في بناة المعمورة. كان عندي مكتب اسمه Connections Middle East. الشركة الاستشارية هذه Connections Middle East كنت أساعد شركات من خارج الدولة إن يفتحون في الإمارات، خصوصا في شركات من بريطانيا. So I had a consulting company called Connections Middle East, where I used to help British companies to win contracts here in Abu Dhabi. Actually, I met before with وزارة الداخلية, وزارة الدفاع, and these companies were coming from different sectors. So I used to do like the introduction for them. Unfortunately, this business also failed لأن كان الأزمة المالية. So when the financial crisis hit, سكرت الشركة I was like okay خلاص I guess this is not going to work. مكتوب هناك barber shop. كان عندي حلاق صراحة في دبي، بس also الحلاق يعني أنا بعت الشركة ما خسرت فيه. It wasn't a business that I failed with my barbershop, but I just saw an opportunity to sell it to somebody else. Moving on, just to let you know, so هذه كانت تجربتي في ريادة أعمال، بس في نفس الوقت الحمد لله كان عندي خبرة في عدة أماكن. يعني اشتغلت أنا الحمد لله في أول مكان اشتغلت فيه كان في بنك دبي الوطني. So when I worked in banking, again, like I said, I got that experience of working with people from different parts of the world. وعقب انتقلت لغرفة تجارة وصناعة دبي. كنت في علاقات تجارية. I was working in international relations, so I learned again how to inspire me to try to be like a global citizen. لأن كنت أداوم أو كنت أشتغل مع شركات جايين من حول العالم ويبون يفتحون في الإمارة أو في دبي at that time. So I worked over there. And then يوم سعادة خليفة المزروعي كان مدير عام بلدية أبو ظبي. He brought me from Dubai to work with him في البلدية. اشتغلت هناك سنتين وعقب انتقلت داومت في دار الثقافة والسياحة هذه في أبو ظبي. And then للأسف في سنة 2018 الوالد الله يرحمه توفى، فأنا طلعت من أبو ظبي وحصلت فرصة سبحان الله إن أشتغل في الشارجة. شارجة فتحوا أول إذاعة اسمها Pulse 95 بالإنجليزي، وكان يبون مواطن اللي يتكلم إنجليزي يكون يعني مذيع. فأنا كنت أتكلم عن المستقبل، يعني I was talking about futurism in Pulse 95. والحمد لله والشكر بعدها يعني أنا رحت أمريكا وكنت أدرس ماسترز في شؤون دولية. I was studying my masters in the US in international affairs, and I managed to work at the UAE consulate. كنت أشتغل في القنصلية الإماراتية في نيويورك كملحق تجاري. So I was supporting American companies to do business here. كنت أساعد الشركات الأمريكية إن يدخلون الإمارات. بس في نفس الوقت one of the things اللي أنا كنت أشتغل عليه يوم كنت في القنصلية كنت وايد أحب موضوع التسامح والتعايش. طبعا نحن هني في الدولة دائما نتكلم عن هالموضوع وكثير مهم. فأنا يعني يوم كنت أتعامل مع ناس من يعني سواء كانوا يهود أو المسيحيين وكذا، فأنا كنت دائما أدخل في حوار معاهم وأثقفهم عن إسلام. وحتى إن مثلا نحن هني في أبو ظبي عندنا مسجد اسمه مريم عيسى بن مريم، مسجد عيسى بن مريم. ما كانوا يعرفون مثلا نحن في الدين في الإسلام إن يعني نحب ونصلي لمريم وعيسى عليه السلام. يعني نحن we pray for them. So a lot of people in America, and some of you may relate to this, they were not aware, people when I used to engage with Christians or Jews, that in Islam we also respect Mary and Jesus. I started to get involved when I was in the consulate talking about religion and business and everything else, and this is where I had the opportunity to then basically be an ambassador for our country. It was always something that I thought in my head that I want to represent the UAE. Moving on, يعني with the experience I got from my businesses, with the experiences that I got from working different places, كل التجارب اللي حصلتها من البزنس وحتى يوم كنت أشتغل في الحكومة وكذا، يعني هذا تعلمت شيء واحد من كل الأقوال يعني من شيوخنا الله يرحمه الله يحفظ رئيس الدولة. You can see here that basically Sheikh Zayed said the real spirit behind progress is the human spirit. نحن يعني أنتوا دائما أحب أقول حق الشباب يوم تطلعون أنتم من بيوتكم نحن نمثل أكثر أو أكبر منا نحن. يعني أنت تمثل عائلتك، أنت تمثل دولتك، أنت تمثل دينك، أنت تمثل العرب. So when we go outside, how do we represent the best version of ourselves? يعني أنا أحب مثلا أتعلم حتى يعني من كل لغة أعرف جملة مثلا فرنسي أو إسباني أو يوناني أو روسي أو هذا. فيوم تتقابل ناس يعني هم يحبون هالشيء. أتذكر هني في أرض المعارض كان في فعالية اسمها مجلس محمد بن زايد للأجيال المستقبل. I was a speaker at that event. أنا كنت واحد من المتحدثين في أول فعالية المجلس. وفي المجلس الشيخ محمد بن زايد قال إن نحن كلنا سفراء. الشيخ محمد بن زايد النهيان the president of the UAE he said in an event which was a very big event that took place right here at ADNIC, it was called the Mohammed bin Zayed Majlis for Future Generations. In that event, in front of 3,500 people, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed said that we are all ambassadors. Every one of us. You don't have to have a position that says أنت سفير أو قنصل. لا، نحن كلنا سفراء. يعني ونحن سبحان الله نحن we're maybe like 1 million people. فنحن المليون شخص لازم نطلع ونمثل يعني أفضل وجه للعالم. So this is our opportunity. One of the things أنا أحب أتكلم في هالموضوع. قبل كان عندي سيارة أودي. فأتذكر يوم كنت أودي السيارة للعلي وأولاده هني في مصفح، كنت قاعد في الريسبشن وما بتصدقون يا جماعة أنا شو شفت. تخيل في أودي أو في علي وأولاده كان عندهم ستاند مثل شيء إعلان كاتبين service your car in 90 minutes أو ودي سيارتك للصيانة ل 90 دقيقة، وتحت مكتوب timed by Germans. يعني اللي حطوها 90 دقيقة يعني كاتبين إن هالوقت من الألمانيين، يعني هم يتكلمون عن الألمان إنهم كلهم دقيقين يعني. You know? So imagine if a company، هاي مش دولة، شركة تتكلم عن شعب ككل إنهم they are punctual، يعني بيخلصون السيارة في 90 دقيقة. نحن لازم نفكر نحن كإماراتيين what will people say about us؟ ليش ما نحن نتكلم؟ يعني الناس يقولون أوه هذا صنع من الإمارات أو مصمم من الإمارات أو كذا. So لو الناس يعرفون إن نحن we stand for something. This is our opportunity now to build a brand, and this is the idea of becoming a global citizen. يوم نحن نطلع الناس اللي بيعرفون أوكي هذا إماراتي، هذا مخترع أو هذا ما أدري شيء. You know what I mean? So we have to build this brand, and every single one of us can do this. Moving on. فبعض المواصفات المواطن العالمي هو متسامح أو يعني يحترم الحقوق الإنسان أو يبغي يعني anticipate towards making a difference، يبغي يسوي يعني فرق في العالم. هو open minded يعني منفتح يعني بالافكار، يحب يسمع. صح نحن نختلف مع الناس في بعض الامور، بس يعني اهم شيء انك يوم تقدر تقعد مع الشخص وتفهم وتاخذ وتعطي معاهم. This is important for us as Emiratis to be doing. And actually not only Emiratis, wherever you are from, all of us have to be global citizens. أنا أحب دائما أقول إن أنا مواطن عالمي من الإمارات، أو you could be مواطن عالمي من لبنان، أو مواطن عالمي من كذا. The more that we do that, the more that we're all going to be stronger connected with each other. أنا سوري أنا أشوف إن ما عندي وقت للأسف. فواحد من الأشياء اللي الحمد لله اللي قدرت إن أنجزه، مثل ما كتبت خبرتكم في البداية إن أنا كتبت كتاب اسمه Just Read It، بس بنفس الوقت كنت واحد من المؤلفين في كتاب اسمه Agile Government و Innovative to the Core. Agile Government it was published this year في ال World Government Summit أو القمة الحكومية في دبي اللي صار من كم شهر. فالكتاب طلع في هذا. فأنا كتبت عن شيء اسمه مجلس دبلوماسي، إن مثلا نحن في الميلس كيف نتعامل في الأمور الدبلوماسية وكذا، وكيف القرارات يعني تنتخذ في المجالس. The other thing اللي الحمد لله يعني قدرت أحصل على البعثة المعروفة في أمريكا، يمكن مش معروفة هنيك وايد، بس من الحكومة الأمريكية أعطوني البعثة فول برايت. أنا عن طريق الفول برايت رحت أمريكا ودرست الماسترز. الحمد لله حصلت على هالشيء. الورلد ايكونوميك فورم اللي هم أصلا ينظمون القمة الحكومية، أنا كنت عضو شيء اسمه Global Shapers. So I was a member of the Global Shapers community هني في أبو ظبي. وحتى كنت صرت على برنامج ثاني، حتى نهلة المهيري موجودة معانا اليوم، هي كانت على نفس البرنامج International Visitor Leadership Program. ففي كل هالبرنامج يعني هم يعني يوم المؤسسات أو منظمات يشوفونك إن أنت يعني تشتغل تحسين المجتمع وكذا، يعني بياخذونك على هالمشاريع ويحطونك في أماكن وين تقدر تمثل الإمارات. فالحمد لله مع كل هذا قدرت أن أخذ التجارب وكذا وأكسب من الخبرات اللي كان عندي. أسست الشركة اسمها Global Possibilities. ففي Global Possibilities أنا ما أشتغل بس إن اجذب الشركات والمستثمرين الى الامارات، لان في مبادره اصلا اوريدي انتم مثل ما تعرفون اسمها يونايتد جلوبال اميريتس. نبغي نجذب فوق 150 مليار دولار للامارات، بس I'm trying to do that from my own company. بس في نفس الوقت احاول ان ابني جسور بين العالم وبين الاديان. وشكرا، جزاك الله خير.
Hi, my name is Omar Al-Saidi. I'm an author, an entrepreneur, and a son of the UAE. What inspires me every single day is the United Arab Emirates, its leadership, its people, and how we were this tiny country in the Middle East that was able to create this massive global impact. One of the things that always kept me going is the perseverance from my family, from my country, seeing how, regardless of the challenges that were ahead, we were always able to move forward and continue to build. And for me, I felt like this was something that I had a chance to give back to the community, and which inspired me eventually to write my book, Just Read It, which is a self-help motivational book. Just as the same way we got the motivation from the leadership to me and the rest of the people, I felt that I had the responsibility to carry that message forward and deliver it to the youth of this country, and this is what kept me going. And as a result of this, I ended up setting up my company called Global Possibilities, which is a consulting company focused on international relations, whether it's in business or public diplomacy, and communicating the message of how the UAE is not only a great place to do business, to live here, but also it's a place where there's tolerance and coexistence amongst people from all over the world and from different religious backgrounds. And this is what inspired me to do this. The only disability in life is a bad attitude. And the other message that really inspires me is a quote by Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the President of the United Arab Emirates, and he said that every single one of us are ambassadors. We're ambassador for our country, our faith, our families. The moment we step outside, how we treat people is the way that they will remember us. So it's an extremely important responsibility for us to carry on and to try to spread that message everywhere we go.
شكرا.
عمر البوسعيدي على مشاركتنا قصتك الملهمة. والآن على أنغام الكمان نترككم مع استراحة قصيرة ستقدم خلالها التوأمان ميرا وجيدة حلاق فقرة موسيقية لمدة نصف ساعة، لنستكمل بعدها فعاليات زايد توك.
لازم أخبركم أن في حتى خصم من كتابي Just Read It 50%. بترشلكم إيميل إن شاء الله، بتحصلون على الكود، وكلكم إن شاء الله بتحصلون شهادة حضور من زايد توك. تقدرون تستخدمون هذا في السي في أو في اللينكدين. وثالث شيء لازم أخبركم أن ديالا علي اللي مقدمة البرنامج كمان هي كانت معانا في الجامعة، وواحدة من يعني أبرز طالبات كانت في الجامعة معانا. فديالا شكرا.
عمر. والآن ندعو التوأمان ميرا وجيدة حلاق على هذه الفقرة الموسيقية. استراحة قصيرة ونعود من بعده لنستكمل فعاليات زايد توك. وأمان ميرا وجيدة حلاق على هذا العرض الأكثر من رائع بأنغام الكمان. والآن يستاهلون صراحة التصفيق، شكرا لهم على هذا الإبداع. والآن رحبوا معنا بموهبة موسيقية كذلك ولكن بشكل مختلف هذه المرة، لنتابع معا ونرحب بشيدي فدك. Welcome to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum, all the Emiratis in the house. A happy good afternoon to everyone. My name is Chidi Ede. I'm a multi-mouth instrumentalist. I'm from Nigeria, and I'm here to sing the famous UAE national anthem. I humbly crave the indulgence of all the Emiratis to please come in and join with me and sing this famous UAE national anthem. It has been my dream and passion to have a platform whereby I display my talents as a multi-mouth instrumentalist, and this is a dream come true. And I'll encourage all the Emiratis in the house to please join me and sing this famous UAE national anthem. Please, can we all stand, respect the country UAE? We have to stand up and sing this famous song because it's a song that inspires us also, the residents of the UAE. Please, can we all be on our feet as we all sing the famous UAE national anthem as I blow my trumpet with my mouth alone. Please, can we all stand, please? We respect the country called UAE. We have to stand and sing this song together. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this privilege. I really appreciate for you guys to know more of myself. I also sing the national anthem of 6 countries, which are UAE, India, Pakistan, Germany, Nigeria, and lastly, Malawi. Assalamu alaikum, UAE. Thank you so much.
للعودة إلى مقاعدهم. أدعوكم جميعا للعودة إلى مقاعدكم لبدء فعاليات زايد توك المتبقية، المزيد من الأحاديث الملهمة. أدعوكم جميعا للجلوس أماكنكم لبدء جلسة الدكتور خالد غطاس.
أنا اسمي دكتور خالد.
جديد نرحب بكم جميعا من جديد، ونستكمل وإياكم فقرات وأحاديث زايد توك. في الوقت الذي بات للسوشيال ميديا دورا مؤثرا في حياتنا، استطاع هو من خلال مبادرته الورشة وحساباته على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي أن يدخل بعض الفكر في أفكارنا، وبعض الحياة في حياتنا، وبعض الإنسان في إنسانيتنا. رحبوا معي بالدكتور خالد غطاس.
أنا اسمي دكتور خالد غطاس، لايف ساينتست. يعني أنا دكتوراه تبعي علوم الحياة. خطير ربط الإلهام بحدث. أنا أكثر بفضل ربط الإلهام بأبروتش للحياة، بطبيعة مقاربة الحياة. لما يكون الإنسان عن جد يتطلع بالحياة ليفهمها، ليشوفها، ليحسها. في محلات بالحياة بدها تضحية، وفي للتضحية معنى، وهيدا بخلينا نوصل للعلاقات المتينة. فريندز اند فاميلي بدهم تضحية ليكونوا هيك، مش هن فريندز اند فاميلي بيجوا هيك. I think we lost the balance. يعني نحن خسرنا الجزء الإنساني، خسرنا جزء منه، ونحن وعم نمشي عم نخسر أكتر. الفردية اللي عم نعيش فيها، تشتت العلاقات. يعني ما يسعد الإنسان بالحقيقة هي علاقاته. العائلة والأصدقاء هن العناصر الأساسية للحياة الحلوة.
السلام عليكم، شكرا جزيلا. يعني بدكم تعذروني شوي لأنه أنا بدي أحكي بالعربي، ويعني والله يعين الترانسليترز لانه انا بنط من عربي لانجليزي ان شاء الله يلحقوا. ف to start with يعني انا عن جد honored وفخور وسعيد انه انا بيناتكم بهيك ايفنت وتحت هيك اسم. فعن جد it's a pride. هيدي شغله. ثاني شغله، حدا بيعرفني من قبل يرفع ايده. اوكي so quite a few. أنا بخاف لأنه انشهرت على السوشيال ميديا الناس تفكرني يا لعيب فوتبول يا مغني، فاي جت worried. أنا رجل علم، والعلم بيروح if we don't capture it. و a good way to capture it is to write it down. عشان هيك حطيت لكم على الكراسي قلم بنسل هدية مني عليه كلمة that might inspire you وورقة. I wish my session كانت الصبح because a lot has been said. فعلا بده يتسجل وأنا سجلته. Anyway, we'll start from now. واللي الألم does not inspire him جبت لكم كمان gift كتابة وكان النفاق جميلة محطوط برا، واللي بده signature we'll do it afterwards. شكرا شكرا شكرا. حبلش هيك أحكيكم بس 4-5 قصص أو أحداث صارت معي that inspired me بحياتي. It might be useful. بس excuse my language. أنا بحكي بشكل كتير يمكن طبيعي زيادة. اسمحوا لي فيها. This is me. أول ما بلشت أول فيديو كان 2016. عملت سيرة سميته المعسولين. معسولين كلمة جدي كان يقولها لما يحس في حكي فاضي. شو يقول؟ احكوا المعسولين. يعني قولوا الحكي الصح، ما توجعوش راسي بالحكي الفاضي. So I started series سميته المعسولين. وصل السيريز لماي ادفايزر. كنت عم بعمل دكتوراه ودكتوري اسمه بروفيسور مروان صبان. وصل لعندي قال لي شو عم تجرب تعمل؟ قلت له يا دكتور الدنيا مثل ما انا شايفها ماشيه رايحه لاشياء that is gloomy وجراي، وفي اشياء عم نخسرها، قيمنا، مبادئنا، عيالنا، علاقاتنا، اهدافنا، احلامنا، في اشياء مش ظابطه بالمستقبل. قلت له I want to change that. قال لي بدي اسالك سؤال. هو على طول هيك challenges me الله يطول بعمره. قال لي do you think people change؟ هلا هذا السؤال إلكم. do you think تعتقدوا إنه الناس بتتغير؟ Who says yes؟ يرفع ايده. Excellent. So we think إنه الناس بتتغير. بلشت أنا لجاوب هذا السؤال إنه كيف يا خي الناس بتتغير؟ في شغلة missing. على طول بكل كتاب بقراه، بكل لكتشر بحضره. To drive أي change أو تغيير واقع معين، في شغلة لازم تكون سابقة على كل هيدي الأشياء. جربوا تحذروها. شو اللي بخلي الناس تقوم على عمل تغييري؟ سواء إنتاج دولة بهيدا الحجم، أو إنتاج علاقة سليمة، أو إنتاج شركة كبيرة. شو اللي بخلي الناس تقوم على تغيير واقع معين؟ شاوت، علوا صوتكم. The will، هدف، الحاجة، العلم، كلهم صح، بس في وحدة سابقة. القلم، القلم، هيدا. القلم البين. يس. الحلم. في شغلة سابقة بالقدرة على التغيير أو بالقوم على تغيير معين، اللي هو شو؟ اللي هو جوا الإيمان. بس شو هو الإيمان؟ الإيمان المسبق بالقدرة على التغيير. الإيمان المسبق قبل الفعل. I should feel inside that it is possible. ولا حدا بيقوم على ولا أكشن إذا كان الحيط مسدود 100%. ولا يمكن. فالإيمان المسبق إنه هيدا الواقع متغير، فينا نعمل منه شيء. هيدا في بقلبه فيجن، في بقلبه أشياء. بيجيني ناس يا اما عندهم مشاكل يا اما عندهم احلام، بسالوا سؤالين ثلاثه، بقول له do you really believe this is possible؟ كل الناس اللي من جواتها عندها بليف مسبق انه it's possible، they do the change. ولا يمكن الانسان يقوم على عمل ما في بقلبه امل بالتحقيق. وهذا اللي بيميزنا عن بعض. يعني امبارح انا طاير بالفلايت It was one of the most turbulent flights I had in my life. الطيارة عم ترقص رقص مثل العصفور والله العظيم، وورانا رجال ومرأة يعني قرأ القرآن مسكين، وعم بتهز الطيارة فعلا ما بعرف ليه. I think لأنه غيار الطقس هواء وبارد بنفس الوقت. So turbulence was really strong. أنا خفت. فاللي قاعد حدي شافني عم حضر هي والطيارة عم ترقص. قال لي دكتور شو عم تعمل؟ قلت له بكرة عندي سبيتش. قال لي ما تحضر شكلها حتوقع الطيارة. People هيدا الانسيدنس most people fall for it. لما تكون الدنيا turbulent أو الواقع أسود أو أنا عايش بمشكلة أو أنا بأنسرتينتي أو أنا عم بلش بزنس أو أنا عم بلش علاقة، people get stuck in the now. الناس بيعلقوا باليوم. They can't see past the now. لو أنا امبارح قلت إيه إنه يمكن توقع الطيارة وضبيت الكتاب اللي عم حضر عليه. Could I come and deliver what I want to say? So أول part أنا عم بعطيكم hints about the growth mindset. كيف الانتربرنور أو الإنسان أو الشخص أو الأم أو البي أو المعلم أو الدكتور أو القائد أو البزنس مان أي حدا have a growth mindset. أول step you have to have a belief that it is possible. وإذا هيدا البليف مش موجود ما توجع راسك ولا توجع لي راسي. روح اشتغل على البليف that it is possible. هيدي أول شيء. تاني قصة، كنت بالجامعة العربية، كنت سنة تانية وساقط سنة أولى وشعري طويل بلعب باسكت ومقضيها مع الصبايا. horrible person. بالصدفة ما في حدا من الشباب بالملعب، فقلنا هات نطلع نحضر صف. طلع صف كيمستري اسمه كولويدز، اللي هو يعني سيرفيس تنشن والاشياء، كيف السوليوشن، كيف ليه الحليب ما برقد وليه الرمل بالمي برقد، شيء كتير صعب. قعدت أول صف. يسأل الأستاذ وأنا شكلي مستهتر يعني ساقط. والله العظيم it changed my life. والله العظيم قعدت أول صف. يسأل الدكتور جاوبه مستهتر، إذا زبطت ما زبطت ما تزبط. يسأل جاوبه. قال لي أنت اسمك إيه؟ مصري اسمه علي الخولي. قال لي أنت اسمك إيه؟ رجال كبير، حتى برمضان هلأ جاي رمضان نعاد عليكم كان يحط السيجارة وما يدخنها، صايم بس قد ما بيقدر. الله يرحمه. قال لي أنت اسمك إيه؟ قلت له خالد. قال لي أنت أخذت الكورس ده قبل كده؟ قلت له لا. قال لي بدي أحكيك بعد الصف. قلت له طيب. ظهر الصف، وقفت أنا ناطر. كان بوجه اللكتشر روم مكاتب الدكاترة التانية. وقفنا هيك على الباب، شو عمري 19 سنة. مسكنا هيك من إيدي. قال لي ممكن أكلمك زي ابني؟ قلت له أكيد يا دكتور. قال لي أنت حمار. I was so intimidated. كيف يعني؟ بقول لي هيك بس تستأذن قبل. نزل لي الديفنسفنس. قال لي شايف هول الدكاترة؟ أشر لي على المكاتب. قال لي I know he is exaggerating I know probably he is lying to me. شو قال لي؟ قال لي شايف هول الدكاترة؟ قلت له إيه؟ قال لي أنت أذكى منهم مجموعين. و it stayed in my mind. وقال لي بيت شعر اللي بدكم تكتبوه كلكم. متنبي بيقول ولم أرى في عيوب الناس عيباً أشد من نقص القادرين على التمام. ولم أرى في عيوب الناس عيباً، يعني it's the most shameful، أكثر شيء عيب أشد من نقص القادرين على التمام. يعني اللي عنده قدرة وبوتنشل أكثر شيء عيب not to live to this potential. فتاني ستيب بالجروث مايند سيت have someone who triggers you مثل الدكتور علي. وتاني شغلة من بيت الشعر تبع المتنبي عيب not to live up to your potential. It's a duty. هيدا واجب إلك ولعائلتك ولمجتمعك ولبلدك ولمحيطك ولأمتك. Don't think of this as a luxury. مش أنه والله أنا بدي أتطور، لا، واجبك تتطور. هيدا الفرق بين المسؤولية والموتيفيشن. It's a duty to do that. ثالث قصة، بيجي لأحكي مع الشباب بقول لهم شو أهم سكيل أنتم هلأ بدكم تبلشوا حياتكم؟ شو أهم سكيل عندكم؟ شو بيقولوا لي؟ سيلف كونفيدنس. وصاير سيلف كونفيدنس هو عنوان الديفلوبمنت لأي حدا. تعرفوا شو أسوأ هيومن بايس بالحياة؟ هيومن بايس يعني الانحياز، ليه الناس تاخذ قرارات خطأ بحياتها؟ اوفر كونفيدنس. نمبر 1 هيومن بايس از اوفر كونفيدنس. انه الناس بتفكر حالها اذكى واكبر واهم من الحياة ومن اللي بيعلمها. فتالت بوينت هي تواضع. امبارح سألت عن الصفات الأساسية للشيخ زايد الله يرحمه. تواضع is in the top list. شو بيعمل التواضع؟ Don't think of التواضع وهيدي الفاليوز على إنه والله كرم أخلاق التواضع. هيدي الفاليوز are core for our development. سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم بيقول من تواضع لله شو؟ رفعه. ليه؟ لأنه ولا يمكن الإنسان يتعلم، ولا يمكن الإنسان يسمع، ولا يمكن الإنسان يحس، ولا يمكن الإنسان يتعاطى مع محيطه وتفوت عليه فاريبلز الحياة إلا إذا كان من جوا شو؟ متواضع. عنده الحس تبع فعلاً إنه هو عم يتعلم من الحياة وعم يتلقى منها وعم بيعيش فيها. We are over stressing confidence. يعني شاب عمره 19 سنة بدي أقول له أنا أنت القصة كلها وأنت تو يونيك وأنت كل الحياة. They are yes these are true. بس learn. شو بلشنا الفيديو اللي كان بجنن الصبح؟ past present to build the future. إذا أنا اليوث تبعي رافض الباست ولا يمكن ابني future. this is core بأي vision, which is what we are living in this country. يعني this country is an example of what I'm saying. اللي هو التواضع, to understand, to build, to have empathy, so we can build the future مع بعض. This is very, 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 very important to كتير not focused on. And we should drive the focus there. رابع شغلة كنت درس بالميديكال سكول. كان في صبية كان ممكن تكون زوجتي، كنت حبها. في فيلم اسمه باتش آدمز، حاضرينه؟ باتش آدمز؟ لا. باتش آدمز لروبن ويليامز. هيدا الفيلم قد ما حضرته صرت أعيش مثله. هيدا دكتور حقيقي بعده عايش، باتش آدمز بعده عايش، غير الميديسن. صار كل هلا كل شيء، كل دكتور بتشوفوه حاطط تبعت الكلاون الأحمر من باتش آدمز. كل مستشفى مدهونة أزرق وفي بقلبها رسمات من باتش آدمز. كل هيلث كير انستتيوشن بتحكي بالبوزيتيف انفايرمنت سببها باتش آدمز. فكنت أعلم أنا ميديكال ستودنتس وكنت درسهم باتش آدمز. هلا الجامعة إذا بيسمعوني كان ممنوع بوقتها بس I didn't care. درسهم باتش آدمز واجي أعمل لهم كويز فيه. فهيدي الصبية كتبت أول ما بدك تفوت على الميديكال سكول تكتب intention letter. ليه بدك تعمل حكيم؟ كتبت بدي أعمل حكيم عشان باتش آدمز. بعد طبعا رجعنا اختلفنا وتركت وراحت على امريكا وصارت طبيبه. من كم سنه مين انتحر؟ روبن ويليامز اللي هو مثل باتش ادمز ذا موفي، انتحر. فاي جت انتو سيفير ديبريشن. انا انه كيف يعني هذا اللي علمني الحياه وعلمني كيف بدي اعلم الميديكال ستودنتس وعلمني كيف الدنيا لازم تكون صح وتوقف الناس على حيلها وكل هذا الكلام، فجاه هي كويتس اون بيبل، هي كويتس اون لايف. بغض النظر عن الاسباب ميديكال ولا مش ميديكال، بس انا الاسباب اللي وصلتني كانت هيك. فاي واز ديفستيتد، وقفت حتى الدكتوراه وحالتي بالويل، الى ان بعد سنين بتبعت لي مسج هيدي الصبيه. شو قالت لي؟ سطرين. قالت لي remember Robin Williams was acting Patch Adams. Patch Adams is still alive and he is still doing what he's doing. Outcome. Get real. خليك حقيقي. ونحن عايشين بزمن مش كتير حقيقي. Get real. شوف عن جد انت مين وشو مشاعرك الحقيقيه. What are your real passions. رحت على مطعم والله العظيم بعد الاكل عم شوف الدسير منيو، قلت له شو اطيب شيء عندكم؟ قال لي عندنا 2 طيبين انه مناح. قلت له ايه؟ قال لي بس وحده اغلى من الثانيه. قلت له مش قصه. قال لي وحده مش طيبه بس شكلها حلو للانستغرام والفيسبوك، ووحده طيبه بس ارخص. والله العظيم المشكله وين؟ انه اللي معي طلبوا الاغلى والمش طيبه، لانه the more important thing is to post it. It's unbelievable. We should get real. يعني نتحول شوي، نفض هيدي الاوهام، نفض هيدي الاوهام. و this needs hard work و dedication. بدي اقول لكم شغله للناس who are listening to us, entrepreneurs that are starting their careers. في شيء اسمه outcome bias. شو يعني outcome bias؟ يعني أنا واللي كانوا قبلي واللي حيكونوا بعدي حيوقفوا على هيدا الستيج. We already made it. So our stories now make sense. Don't get biased إنه this is the reality. We are not a good representation of life until you make it. Don't be biased to see انه هيدا هو السكسس، هيك بيكون وهيك شكله وذاتس لحتى نوصل لهون. It was hell. But the drive هو اللي بوصل. The drive and thinking beyond yourself. Beyond yourself. When you build a business, don't think of your legacy. فكر شو بدك تعمل للناس. When you are in a relationship, فكر شو بدك تعمل للبارتنر. لما عم تربي اولادك فكر فيهم. لما you are running a country ما شاء الله بهيدا الحجم 100% التفكير is the people. Think beyond yourself. واخر بوينت، حديث لسيدنا محمد عليه الصلاه والسلام قريته من زمان فرق معي كثير. ظهر سيدنا محمد ايه؟ قال لهم اقبلوا. اجوا الصحابه قال لهم I will close with this وخلاص. قال لهم إن جبريل قد نفث في روعي أن نفساً لن تموت قبل أن تستكمل رزقها. نفساً لن تموت قبل أن تستكمل رزقها. شوفوا هذه الجملة الساحرة. فأجملوا في الطلب. أجملوا في الطلب يعني don't be too angry. Don't be too focused على اللي بدك إياه، وإذا اللي بدك إياه ما أجا مثل ما هو you get resent، بتكره الأشياء وما بتقبل وما بترضى. فأجملوا في الطلب. خلي طلبك راقي. In another way, slow down. What does slowing down does؟ لما نبطئ شو منشوف؟ منشوف كل الفرص، منشوف كل الدنيا. إن نفساً لن تموت قبل أن تستكمل رزقها فأجملوا في الطلب. خلي الطلب راقي مرتب، عارف شو بدك، على الهدى، ما تستعجل. Take part, look around, take it easy until it comes your way. ماشي؟ The last point, I mentioned to you Dr. Marwan, I mentioned to you Dr. Ali, I mentioned to you أبو الطيب المتنبي, I mentioned to you Sheikh Zayed, I mentioned to you Patch Adams, and I mentioned to you Sayyidina Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam. Inspiration is all over. I want you to take the last 20 seconds I have. فكروا بحدا who has inspired you. It doesn't end here. Whisper his name in the guy or the lady next to you. We need their names to be all over. ماشي؟ تذكروا اسم حدا that inspired you with a word. If you still can't find, look more. And whisper the name بداينة اللي حدكم. Do that. ماشي؟ شكراً جزيلاً. Thank you. Thank you so much.
شكرا لك، وكذلك اسمك لن ينسى وسيتم ذكره دائما بكل محافل العلم والإلهام. شكرا لك دكتور خالد غطاس. في زمن التداول الإلكتروني والعملات الرقمية، استطاعت هي أن تكون رقماً صعباً في مجالات العملات الرقمية والتكنولوجيا المالية من خلال تأسيسها لمنصة بيت أويسس، والتي أصبحت أول منصة أصول رقمية إقليمية في دولة الإمارات. رحبوا معي بعلا دودن.
My name is Ala Dudin. I'm co-founder and CEO of Bit Oasis. We're the largest and right now I think the first digital asset exchange that started in the region and focused on the GCC market widely and other parts of Middle East and North Africa. At Bit Oasis, we're focused on building the on-ramps and the off-ramps to crypto assets and public blockchains. So we are an exchange, a wallet, and an API platform that allows people to buy, sell, and trade cryptocurrency. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you, with the esteemed audience and the crowd. And thank you for inviting me to be a speaker at Zayed Talks. Especially thanks for Dr. Khalid for his speech. And I was always taking notes and making sure there's some ideas that I have to reflect on as an entrepreneur, as a founder in my journey. Similarly, other speakers that were on the stage this morning, Jessica, Omar, and others as well. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I do want to note, even though I am on the stage here as a founder that has built a multi-million-dollar company, I don't believe that I made it yet. And for any person here in the crowd, if they actually start their own business and they also go on in their journey and at some point they share their story with others, I want to tell you that your journey is a number of stations that you will arrive to where you achieve certain milestones. But the ambition continues to grow much bigger. The passion continues to be much bigger and the target much larger and larger. I believe I'm probably at station 2 or 3 of a journey of hundreds of stations. And I think this is what makes it very exciting for me as an entrepreneur. And I'd love to share my story with you. My name is Ala Dudin. I'm CEO and co-founder of Bit Oasis. We're the region's leading crypto asset platform where we allow people to easily buy, sell, and use crypto assets. Today, we're the largest in the region. We're also the first to establish, and we're headquartered here in the UAE. We were the first platform that partnered up and was a registered entity under the Financial Intelligence Unit under the Central Bank of the UAE. And very recently, we've gotten our approvals under the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority in Dubai. And today, we have over hundreds employees, predominantly in the UAE and across the Gulf. We have served over 600,000 customers across the region, and we've traded over $5 billion. And I'll talk more about all the different achievements that we were able to do over the last few years. But most importantly, and the story I'd like to share today, is the story of how a startup that started back in 2016 was able to partner up with the government, and the government acted as an enabler, not just for us as a fintech and a crypto company, but for the wider space here in the UAE, where through that enablement, we were able to grow, prosper, and nurture talent and partner up with regulators and open up this industry. First of all, I'd like to share the story of myself. I'm originally from Amman, Jordan, where I was born and raised. I always had a passion for technology and sciences, and I later on moved to the UK, where I majored in electronic engineering in University of Birmingham. Later on, I became a researcher in Imperial College London in their geomatics engineering department. I was very determined to finish my PhD, but later on, I pivoted to work in the technology industry, where I've taken a role at Ernst & Young in London in their IT advisory and security service line. And my passion in technology started at that point, and I also became a programmer while I was programming in my free time as well. I moved back to the region around 2012 or 2013. I wanted to be part of a space that is very dynamic, in a city that is cosmopolitan, but also in the Middle East. So I chose to move to Dubai from Amman. That was 7 years ago. And today I consider the UAE as my home, a place that, as a resident, gave me a lot of opportunities to grow. It's given me a space to innovate as an entrepreneur and as a woman, and at the same time has given me a lot of support and resources throughout my journey at BitOasis. Throughout my story, I'd also like to talk about how I started BitOasis and all the amazing talent that we have as part of the company. Today, as a company, we've raised over $35 million from venture capital investors, some of it tier one international investors and some investors here in the region. But most importantly, and through sharing my story of how I founded BitOasis, in its essence, it's part of a bigger story. And the story is how the UAE is becoming a fast-growing tech hub here in the region, but also globally, where the UAE is able to nurture talent, is able to nurture the passion of entrepreneurs, and being able to incubate those companies, grow them into scaling companies, and also be home for the biggest unicorns in the region as well. And throughout, I hope I share some inspiration and motivation for some of the people who are starting their businesses or thinking to start their businesses. In 2014 or 2015, I was working very closely with Fadi Ghandour, who's one of the leading entrepreneurs here in the region. He's a cornerstone of the entrepreneurship ecosystem. RMX is a publicly listed company in DFM as well. And through working with Fadi, I was able to introduce myself into the entrepreneurship space. Around the same time, I got interested in Bitcoin, which today we call crypto or Web3. I think there are different namings to it right now. And when I was researching the internet for new technologies, as I was programming in my free time, I stumbled upon a post on a forum on the internet that was talking about this crazy global currency that is going to take over the world and the world's central banks. I dismissed that rhetoric at the time. I thought that idea was super crazy. But at the same time, there's a bit of curiosity in me that thought that, well, whether it would be an alternative to currencies that we know today, or it would become this transformational global payment system that allows for value transfer cross-border and disrupt financial services. If it falls at any place across the spectrum, I want to be part of that space. And I remember in 2015, I was researching who's building in crypto in the region, who's part of this space, which companies are doing work in that space. I found none. So I decided with a couple of friends that were interested in the crypto at the time to start meetup groups. So we started a meetup group in Amman, in Beirut, in Dubai as well. Later on, some of those people that were attending the meetup group started some in Riyadh and some in Doha. And through that, I was able, with my friends, to cultivate a community where I also met my two co-founders as well. And at the time, we weren't really determined to start a company, but what we wanted to do is build our knowledge further in the blockchain and the crypto space. So we started with building somewhat of a small project. It was a wallet where through that, we were trying to better understand how we can build with this technology. Later on, that wallet became a platform where close to hundreds few people were buying and selling crypto. Later on, we worked with our lawyers to understand how we can ultimately regulate this. That platform became a trading platform where today we're the region's largest buy and sell platform for crypto. So we've got over 600,000 customers that we served across the region. We're live in 7 countries. Most of our activity is in the GCC and here in the UAE. We've raised tens of millions of dollars that enabled us to attract the best talent here in the region and from outside the region moving into the UAE. We've traded over $5 billion, and we've got over 100 people, the majority of which are actually programmers, technologists, and product people that are working on R&D to help us grow more products further and further. And this is one stop and few milestones that we achieved. We are determined to build the first crypto unicorn out of the region. We are determined to build a great company out of the UAE that expands regionally and globally as well, and compete with other global companies in this technology, in this nascent space, and set an example of other companies as well and what they're able to achieve. One thing I do want to point out that even though it's unique what we're building in Bit Oasis, our story as a UAE company coming out of the region here is following the footstep of so many other great companies that considered UAE their home. They were incubated in this country, and they've built amazing companies, and among the biggest exits out of the UAE, out of the region as well. So I'll share with you a few stories that I personally, as an entrepreneur, draw inspiration from. And similarly, other entrepreneurs building here in the UAE draw inspiration from. So a few of those examples is Souq.com, which was actually among the first companies at a time building an e-commerce where this industry was still in its nascency, and even electronic payment systems didn't really exist in the abundant way that it exists today. Souq.com employed over 3,000 people at the time that it was acquired. It had over 18 million unique visits and visitors buying e-commerce. It introduced e-commerce into the region, and overall it raised over $500 million in investments. Souq.com later on was acquired by Amazon. It was Amazon's entry into the region, but that was a monumental event because it really solidified and matured e-commerce into the industry and payments, where later on Noon became also the largest platform in the region, Noon Pay, and it really established and institutionalized digital payments, digital e-commerce in the way that it is right now in the region. Second is Careem, which is really a role model, an example of a successful world-class company coming out of the UAE that also became the first unicorn in the region. And today, until this moment, is the biggest exit that actually happened or happened in the region out of the UAE as well. Careem, as some of you are aware, served over 6 million users. It had had created over 150,000 opportunities, employment opportunities for riders across the region as well. And it was live in 13 countries, employed also thousands of employees across the region, mostly here in the UAE, and it also raised hundreds of millions of dollars. So Careem was later acquired by Uber. It was Uber's entry into the world, into the UAE, and that was an exit of over $3 billion. That was a huge moment for any entrepreneur building in the region, any investor investing in the tech ecosystem here, but it also put UAE on the world map. It's a country that is able to nurture, incubate, and scale world-class companies that are in billions of dollars of valuation. When Careem exited, it minted hundreds of other angel investors that were able to exit and were employees of Careem that was through the exit obviously able to continue their journey and invest in similar entrepreneurs. And some have started companies, and later on some were able to also mentor other entrepreneurs in their first time starting a company. So it's that ripple effect of innovation, entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurs, where it starts with either one person or a group of people that partner up together, but it has a huge ripple effect in not only creating economic value, but also changing the mindsets of entrepreneurs and showing them what is possible. Today, there are 100 other companies like Souq, like Careem, like Noon, Talabat, etc., across the region that are day in and day out showing up to work, leading their companies, that are creating huge value either in terms of employment opportunities or innovation in their own space, and are also creating impact in their own communities as well. You know, some of those examples are across the UAE, Kitobi, Tabi, and Rami, that was also one of the publicly listed companies going on NASDAQ. I think that was in 2020 from Abu Dhabi. And there are numerous other examples of great entrepreneurs. I can't sort of do it justice mentioning few names here, but there are remarkable entrepreneurs throughout the UAE building great companies that are great role models for other future entrepreneurs as well. All of that was not possible if those entrepreneurs weren't able from day one to partner up with the government to be able to enable them to continue growing and innovating, and at the same time, while growing and innovating, open up new sectors where there's more innovation and more economic opportunity that is able to grow. So to give you an example, Careem, which is a ride-hailing app, it's a ride-hailing company where you can book your ride on the app, and it really transformed or disrupted transportation and how we think about public transportation as individuals. Careem existed before there was proper regulation for ride-hailing and transportation overall here in the UAE, but they were embraced by the government. Later on, they were able to partner up with RTA. Later on, the government has introduced proper regulation for ride-hailing to open up this industry and to enable Careem as a company to realize that value, to be able to grow, to create more opportunities, and other entrepreneurs that are part of the sector to be able to create economic and innovation value out of that industry. That was at a time where other ride-hailing companies in other places were either cracked down onto, or the taxi industry was lobbying against them or against that innovation, and similar companies weren't able to grow in those other parts of the world. And I think this is a remarkable story where the government was enabling that innovation, that ecosystem, where the government was taking similar risk and calculated strategy and risk to enable innovation at a time where other governments were shying away. What I'd like to close with is, when we talk about entrepreneurship and we talk about innovation, often people say, yes, it's the job of the entrepreneurs, it's the job of the private sector. But however, it cannot really happen if it as a mindset, entrepreneurship and innovation doesn't start from the government. The role of the government is not just obviously policy making, it's having the right mindset with the policy making that enables entrepreneurs to grow and create. And with that, actually, as part of the UAE 50 agenda, there's a big focus on entrepreneurs and enabling entrepreneurs and 10 new unicorns to come out of the UAE. And with that, by 2031, establish the UAE as a global entrepreneurial nation. This is a goal that is very inspirational for me as a founder and as an entrepreneur. We at BitOasis aim to be one of those 10 unicorns that in the next few decades will be coming out of the UAE. And it's, as a founder and as an entrepreneur, something that we feel very proud of to be a partner with the government on. Now, I'll just share with you a few words as a closing remark. As a female entrepreneur among, I think there was like 5% female entrepreneurs that are part of the crypto space. I'm very proud to call the UAE home, home for BitOasis, a home that was enabling us to get our industry regulated and at the same time empower the work that we do. And it's a great story for me to be a partner of the government and the regulators that we work with day in and day out. It was a trust that was given to us, and ultimately we've also reciprocated it. We are at the beginning of our journey, and I'm very excited for the challenge that we will be pursuing ahead. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ola Doden, for your amazing presentation. مؤلف كتاب Effective Influence المصنف من أكثر الكتب مبيعاً، وهو المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة Influence Association. يمتلك سجلاً حافلاً في مساعدة الشركات والمؤسسات على زيادة الكفاءة في العمل والابتكار والإبداع في مجال المبيعات وخدمة العملاء، كما يساعدهم في تحسين جودة العمل وتعزيز التعاون الفردي والجماعي. رحبوا معي بدونكان ستيفنز.
We are living in unprecedented times. All industries have been affected in some way or another by the global pandemic, and many have seen a downturn to sales and services. Now more than ever, the question arises, how can you influence more people more often to buy into an idea you have or purchase more of your products and services? At the same time, how can you translate that same influence into higher levels of effectiveness without spending more money, recruiting new employees, or compromising your values? What's the secret? Why is it that some people are better at influencing or more effective than others, despite having the same resources and the same tools? It's one thing to have a great product or an idea, but if you can't get people to buy it or even believe in it, then it doesn't matter how great it is. For many of us, we all have certain skills, often that we've learnt right at the start of our lives or careers. Our common default as humans is to stick with these skills we first learnt and keep doing what we've always done. But if we keep doing what we've always done, we'll always get what we've always got. So, how do we influence more people more often and become more effective in our work and private lives? Well, what I want to share with you is my effective influence model and how you can do just that. Increase your influence and effectiveness and unlock that extra percentage to give you the edge. My name is Duncan Stevens, and since a young age I've been obsessed with why we behave the way we do, why we make the choices we make, and how we can influence others to act, say, do or behave the way we want. This passion has allowed me to lead an abundant and fulfilling life. I run a number of successful businesses, I'm author of a best-selling influence book, founder of the Influence Association, and alongside keynote speaking, I travel the world performing psychological illusion shows, all underpinned by influence and persuasion. I turn down the hundreds of other things I could be doing to focus on the one thing that really drives me, helping other people unlock their own powers of influence, to allow them to become more effective in their work, social and private lives. I found that through my time in the world of corporate industry and business and running my own startups, people are great at what they do, but many are not getting the results they want or believe they're capable of. I found that after 10 or so years of influencing and persuading other people in both the business and theatrical settings, these skills could be distilled down into an easy to apply model. This same model can help businesses, companies, brands and their teams become more effective and exert greater influence. As I mentioned, I call this my effective influence model. And this, when combined with other powerful principles of persuasion, can not only unlock your effectiveness, but can also get you into a position to enable you to generate more sales, convert more customers, retain more clients, and manage your teams better and more effectively. It's often said that our effectiveness is directly proportional to our ability to influence others around us. At the heart of both of these are the people who surround us and the relationships we have with them. Unlock the secrets to these relationships and you'll see your influence and effectiveness soar. So, if you feel like you're stuck in a rut, looking for something new, refreshing and innovative, and something to transform your minor successes into major successes, and start turning more no's into yeses, then I'll show you the way.
Okay, let's move this to the correct place. There we go. Okay, so hello everybody. Salam alaikum. Amazing. So, as you've heard, my name is Duncan Stevens and I'm three things. So I'm a keynote speaker, which means I travel the world helping brands, companies, teams and leaders become more influential, more persuasive and increase their performance ability. I'm number two, the founder of the Influence Association, an author of a best-selling book. And finally, number three, I'm a mentalist. Does anybody here know what a mentalist is? Yes, you do? So for those who don't, it's somebody who uses suggestion and psychology to influence and persuade people under the umbrella of entertainment. So hopefully we're going to have a little bit of fun along the way as well. So why is all of this important? Well, it doesn't matter if you've got a great product, great service, great idea. If you can't get people to buy it or even believe in it, then it doesn't matter how great it is. And equally for you, you may already be fantastic business people, may already be fantastic entrepreneurs, great leaders, but if you can't get people to buy into you or believe in you, then it doesn't matter how great you are. So we've only got a short length of time together. I think we said 4.5 hours, I think. I'm joking. We've only got a short length of time together. And in that time, I want to give you some tips, tools, strategies to help you become more influential, more persuasive, and elevate your performance as leaders and entrepreneurs and young business people. Does that sound good? Perfect. So, as I mentioned, I spend a lot of my time working with some of the best, highest performing leaders and organizations in the world. And what I found was this. This is Hansel and Gretel. I found that success leaves clues. And if you follow the clues, you too can be successful. And what I found with those most successful businesses and organizations around the globe have the highest level of responsibility. I don't mean responsibility, I mean response-ability. Ability to respond at a moment's notice. If the wind changes, they change course a little bit. They don't get blown off completely. But it's not just responsibility they have. They have two other humanly competitive advantages. The first is they think and create teams which are more creative and innovative. And secondly, they learn faster and quicker than their competitors. Now, we don't have time to go into both of them in too much detail today, but I do want to touch on both. The first being innovation and creativity. By a show of hands, hands up here who would regard yourself as creative. Hands up if you're creative. A small handful. Yes? I would argue, thank you, I would argue that we are all creative. We're born with monsters under the bed, Santa Claus in the sky, and toys that talk to us. We're born with that creative expression to sing, dance, paint, and play, and imagine all kinds of things. But then the creativity gets educated right out of us. We're put on the straight and narrow and told to conform in readiness for adulthood. But this lack of creativity is hindering growth and suppressing innovation. Companies fall by the wayside. Take GM Motors, Blockbuster Videos. So how do we become more creative? Well, like I said, it's a long process, and I spend full-day workshops and 60-minute keynotes delivering ideas on how you can unlock your creativity. But for now, I just want to give you a sweeping brushstroke. And the first is time. By a show of hands, hands up here who's got too much time on their hands. Nobody, right? Other than yourself. Thank you for being honest. We don't have time. As leaders, as business people, it's the one resource we can't get more of and we don't have enough of. But I want to share with you how important giving time to nurture your creativity and innovation is. Has anybody heard of the organization called Scania? Yes, thank you. Scania is perhaps one of the largest long haulage or truck manufacturers in the world, based out in Sweden. Their revenue every year is about 15 billion, so they're a big player. Now once a week, every week, they shut down their production lines for 26 minutes. And in those 26 minutes, they give their team time for creative thinking. As a result of this creative thinking, they've apportioned a year-on-year growth in productivity of 15 to 20% because of that creative thinking time. So the first thing I want you to take away with as young entrepreneurs and business people is consider giving your organization and yourselves time to think creatively and innovatively. The second point I want to mention is you need to learn faster and quicker than your competitors. So how do we do that? Well, Jessica mentioned it in her amazing opening keynote. We need to work with commitment and consistency. Without commitment, we'll never start, and without consistency, we'll never finish. So we have to start. If you want to learn to run a marathon, you can't just run 5 kilometers once a week over a month and expect to be in tip-top condition to run a marathon. You have to be committed to get out of bed every morning and train every single week. So how do we do that as business people? Well, I want to share with you a strategy that some of the highest performing sports people, the highest performing business people use, and I can guarantee that you'll see an elevation in your performance ability. So what do? You get a sheet, and on the top of that sheet, you write the letter A. You write down all of your traits and characteristics, both negative and positive, and exhaust that list. You then take sheet 2, write C at the top, write down all of the positive traits of people you aspire to. Great leaders, great entrepreneurs, great business people. It's sheet B which has the magic. Write down B on the top and write down all the things you need to do to get from A to B. Exhaust that list. This becomes your working document. Put it in your pocket, write it on a notes app, And as I said, some of the highest performing leaders I've ever worked with, some of the highest performing organizations I've ever worked with, and some of the highest performing sports people who you will know do exactly the same thing or a variation of. Commitment and consistency. I want to give you an example to support that. Does anybody here know who this is? Anybody here know who this is? You were so good at all the other answers. It's a no for this one. This is Roald Amundsen, who, on the 14th of December, became the first man to reach the South Pole. He beat Captain Scott. And the way he did it, he worked out that him and his team, with all of their equipment, had to march 20 miles per day to beat Captain Scott to the South Pole. Captain Scott, when there was a bad weather, they put up their shelters. They stopped short of that day's finish line. On good days, they overstretched themselves and tired them out. What happened then? Roald Amundsen, he committed to marching 20 miles per day, and in doing so, he was the first man to plant his flag in the South Pole simply because he was consistent in his approach. But I just don't want to focus on one great leader, entrepreneur. I want to focus on a few more. So, by a round of applause, who would say this is a great entrepreneur? I would expect everybody. Steve Jobs, of course. Thank you. Who would say this is a great entrepreneur? Not as divisive as I thought. What about this next person? Oprah Winfrey, yes? This person? Richard Branson? Any others we'd like to contribute? Yes, perfect. On point with the talk, thank you. I want to share with somebody who perfectly epitomizes great leadership and great collaboration and everything I want to talk about or epitomize in what I want to share. And it's this person. Please suspend your disbelief for a second. Does anybody recognize this person? Again? Dorothy. Thank you, whoever said that. This is Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. Now, we all know, or some of you may or not know, the story of Dorothy from Wizard of Oz. She had to get to the Emerald City to ask the Wizard of Oz for help. How to help to get back to her hometown of Kansas City. And did she do it alone? No. She did it with the help of 3 other characters, the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, and the Lion. Had it not been for the other 3 characters, she would have fallen asleep in a field of poppies, and the Wicked Witch would have stolen her shoes. Had it not been for the other 3 characters, she would have remained captured in the castle and she would never escape. But it wasn't just about her winning. Of course, the Tin Man found his heart, the Scarecrow found his brain, and of course the Lion found courage. But even inside of that, there was a dynamic. She oiled the Tin Man to get him moving, put the stuffing back in the Scarecrow's chest, and wiped the tears from the Lion's eyes. But even inside of that, the Tin Man put out a fire to stop the Scarecrow catching light. Had it not been for them all working together to collaboratively, we'd all agree there'd be no story and none of them would have achieved their goals. So you might be thinking, okay, well, that's a nice story I can share with people, but what does that mean to us? How can we apply that in our businesses? So what I want to do is give you a framework, a very simple framework to help you build more collaborative relationships and how to think more innovatively about your approach to these relationships. And I call it my abracadabra method for collaboration. Why abracadabra? Because abracadabra literally comes from the Hebrew avracadabra, which literally translates, I create as I speak. So what we're looking to do here is create relationships. Because relationships, of course, create understanding. But before all that, we need to create better questions. So we're going to draw inspiration from the 3 characters, the mind of the Scarecrow, the heart of the Tin Man, and of course, courage from the Lion. We're going to enter every conversation we have with 3 ingredients. The first is curiosity. The second is empathy. And the third is courage. If we enter every conversation with curiosity, we should look through the eyes of the other person. Get some context into their specific situation, understand their specific needs, and explore it a little bit further. If we're able to do that, we're able to create an understanding. If we're able to create an understanding, we trigger this little switch inside of their mind, which is show me that you get it. If you're able to show the other person that you get it, you're able to work your way over to this empathy piece. The best definition I ever heard of empathy was caring about what the people you care about care about. I think it's a beautiful way of thinking about it. Empathy is caring about what the people you care about care about. And if you do just that, you're able to create a connection. If you're able to create a connection, you trigger the second little switch inside of their mind, which is show me that you know me. If you show them that you know them and show them that you get it, you're able to establish trust. The very foundation or the very core of every relationship. So where does this lead the courage piece? As leaders, as young entrepreneurs, as business people, the courage to encourage, the courage to try, to fail, and to persevere. This piece of trying is so crucial if you want to move anywhere. I always say to people, to discover new lands, you need to be prepared to lose sight of your own front door. And to do that, you need to embrace the possibility that you may fail. If you fail, it doesn't make you a failure. If you make a mistake, it doesn't make you a mistake. And equally so for others. If they fail, it doesn't make them a mistake or it doesn't make them a failure. It's just part of the process. And I want to draw on two people to support this. Thomas Edison and Muhammad Ali. Thomas Edison created the light bulb. To create the light bulb, he had to fail 9,000 times. He didn't consider himself a failure, but he saw it as 9,000 times his experiments didn't work. To create the storage battery, he had to fail 50,000 times. Again, he didn't see himself as failing 50,000 times, but he saw it as 50,000 rungs on the ladder towards success. But what about Muhammad Ali? Arguably the greatest boxer ever to have lived. What can he teach us about failure? When he was asked, how does he train for a fight? He said, of course, he does exercise, does sit-ups. How many sit-ups did you do? One reporter asked him. He said he doesn't count the number of sit-ups he does. He counts only after it starts hurting, because that's where he feels the real benefit. So failure is painful, but it's part of the process to success. And success consists of going from failure to failure without the loss of enthusiasm. So why do we fear failure? It's because of this, change. By a show of hands up here, who likes change? Yes? We don't like change. We're human. We love the status quo. We love habituation. I'll give you an example. Everybody cross your fingers for me. Everybody cross your fingers. No, not like that, the other way. It feels weird, right? Everyone's suddenly doing gang signs at me. It's weird. That's a perfect example of how a slightly little change makes us feel uncomfortable. But changes in everything we do. We read a new cookery book and it changes the way we cook. Read a new philosophy book, changes the way we think, and come to a city like Abu Dhabi, changes the way we think, feel, act, and behave about the city. Even our phones. The minute you'll get used to using it one way, it updates, and we have to get used to using it the new way. Let's try an experiment. Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. Those of you who have fallen asleep, it's now time to wake up. Put your books down and turn to the person next to you and stand back to back. Stand back to back next to the person next to you. Back to back. Go in a group of 3 if you're only by yourselves. Go in groups of 3. Turn back to back. Guys, This is the experiment. What I want you to do, without looking at each other, but facing back to back, is change 33 things about your appearance. I'm joking, not 33 things. Change one thing. Change one thing about your appearance, and then turn and face the other person. What did they change? Go ahead, do that now. Change one thing about your appearance. Face the other person. What did they change? What did they change? Okay, turn back around. Turn back around. Turn back around. Turn back around. Face back to back. So, if you were a little bit conservative that first time, I want you to be a bit more outgoing, a bit more gregarious. Please don't do what somebody did last week and take off all of their clothes. But please try and be a little bit more open, be more bold. Change one more thing. Off you go, change one more thing, face the other person. What did they change? What did they change? Okay, everybody sit down. Everybody sit down. Everybody sit down. So, why did I do that? I came up on stage and I said to you, change 33 things about yourself. Everybody's face went white. But then I said, change one thing about yourself. And you had a little bit of fun. And then I said, change one more thing. And those of you who had fun the first time had a little bit more of fun the second time. I could have stayed up here and said, change one more thing, change one more thing, change one more thing. So what does that tell us? We should think when we're making changes of 1 degree of change. Think of our minds or your employees' minds as train tracks. If you ask them to change massively, you'll derail the train. So just change 1 degree at a time. And my top tip for you, never call it a change. We don't like change. The best thing you can do is call it an experiment. Let's try an experiment. Everybody's up for trying an experiment. You guys were up for an experiment. So next time you're thinking of change, let's call it an experiment. In fact, let's try an experiment now. The reason why change is so important is because it gets us to shift our mind. It gets us to see greater possibilities. So I'm going to play you a video. There's about 10% of you who may have seen this video before, but what I want you to do is follow the instructions very carefully. It's an awareness test. So everybody, eyes on the screen. And what I want you to do is see how many passes does the team in white make. And if we could have some sound on this, that would be great. Or not. How many passes did the team in white make? 13? 14? The answer is 13, but did you see the moonwalking bear? 10% did. Let's watch it again. He's going to come in from the right-hand side. Those of you who didn't see him, there he is now in the middle of the screen. We saw him now, right? So change your focus and you'll see the bigger picture. So, before we close, I want to do something a little bit different like that. I did say that I was a mentalist, and I did say that one of my specialties is in influence and persuasion. So I'm going to start off by asking, would anybody like to experience influence and persuasion? Okay, perfect. We've got a few people. The lady in the red headscarf and this lady here. Yes, yourself. Are you both okay with good English? Relatively good English? Yes, and the self here? Let's give them both them. Oh, actually, should we choose one lady and one man? Can we do that? What's your name, sir? Yes, and the lady who's on her way up. Yes, this one here. This is fine. Just this lady here. Yes, up you come. Let's give them both a big round of applause as they make their way up here. Perfect stuff. Quick as you can. If you want to run, feel free. Come, come, come. The clock is ticking. Oh, no, we only need one of you. Sorry, we've had a man as well. Let's give a round of applause for escorting the other lady up. Thank you so much. So if you could come and sit on the chair for me. If you back up that way a little bit, come and sit on the chair. Perfect stuff. What's your name? Do you have a slightly shorter name that I can pronounce? What is it? Pasam. Pasam. Okay, amazing. So Pasam, I'm going to be giving you a deck of cards in a minute. Are you left or right-handed? Are you left or right-handed? Right-handed. So I'm going to be putting them in your left hand. Put your hand out flat. The other hand. That's your left hand. Put that hand down. No, put it down. Cool. I'm going to put that in your hand like that. You're then going to use the thumb on your right hand and open up the deck and see one card. You will see, not me. You're just going to, with that hand, you're going to take a peek. Okay? But for now, you're going to put both hands on your knees and close your eyes. Keep your eyes closed. For everybody else, I want to show you the cards. Can everybody see the cards? Hopefully we've got a close-up of those. Yes? Have we all got them? Can we see them? Amazing. Your name, sorry? My name's Abdullah. Abdullah. Nice and easy. Thank you. So you're simply going to find a target card. Don't do that. You'll see lots of different cards. You're going to open it up and take a peek and see one card, okay? So just take a look at one card. Just one card. Just one card. Just one card. Yes? Okay. Have you got a card? Yeah. Perfect. Commit that to memory. And what I want you to do is in nice big handwriting. No, you stay over here. Nice big handwriting. You're going to write it big on there. I can see. Maybe this way is good. I like that. Perfect. From along there. I can see. Shh. Don't say it. Yes? Yeah, it's fine. If that's what you saw. Oh, so you remember? Did you want to try again? Thank you for helping out. Let's try again. So try again. Go for the suit this time. You've got one? Yes? Yes, don't say anything. Okay. Abdullah, your handwriting is enormous. Thank you so much. But you'd agree it's that. Can everyone see? Yes? Let's give Abdullah a massive clap for helping out. Abdullah, your job is done. Thank you so much. So, we've all got this, yes. This is the part which is the important part. So, keeping your eyes closed, I am going to give you a deck of cards. I do want to show everybody else that deck of cards again. Hopefully we'll get a close-up of those. Can we all see the cards? Yes, at the back as well? Yes? Perfect. So, I am going to put an elastic band around them so you don't feel like you're going to drop them. Okay, keep your eyes closed for now and extend your left hand out. Perfect. Keep them there. Cool. So in a minute, I'm going to ask you to open up your eyes. Okay? You're going to use the thumb on your right hand to open up the deck and see one card. In a minute. What I would say is don't focus on the heart card on the bottom. You could break it at the top. You could break it at the bottom. For all I know, you could break it 6 cards down. It's up to you where you open the deck. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. So do that now. Use the thumb. Open up your eyes. Open up your eyes. Open up the deck. See one card. Open up the deck. See one card. And then close the deck up. Have you seen a card? Close your eyes. Close your eyes. No. Close your eyes. Have you seen a card? Okay. Keep your eyes closed. 100% seen a card, yes? Okay. Let's see if this works. Hello? For the first time, in a loud voice, what's the card you saw? You can say it.
6.
6 of?
Yes.
And the suit? Was it a diamond, a club, or a heart, or a spade?
Heart.
A heart. So the 6 of hearts?
Yes.
Let's give her a massive clap, everybody. It's a 6 of hearts! Fantastic stuff. You can grab a sit back down. Perfect. So, thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause for helping out. So, why did I do that? I shared that with you as a little sample of how we can influence and persuade people. But I also want to just touch on this very quickly because that was an example of how I created something new out of 2 ideas. I took the existing of a physical force and combined it with a verbal force. So I researched and I collaborated with my colleagues and people that I know to understand how we could force a card physically. I then spoke to linguistics. I spoke to NLP practitioners. I traveled the world to find people who could help me linguistically influence somebody to force a card or a word. I combine the two to create something new. And if you're entrepreneurs or business people, a new idea is simply that. Taking one existing idea, take another existing idea, combine them together to create something new. So, on that, I would like to finish with this. Entrepreneurship, leadership, business, and life is a journey, an adventure, if you will. And on that journey, we're not striving to be the best, we're striving to be better. Because better will always be better than the best. We're not striving for success, we're striving for excellence. Because excellence pits it against ourselves, success pits it against others. So strive to be better and strive for excellence. And if on that journey you come across a mountain, you don't see it as a challenge or as an obstacle, but you see it as an adventure. Life, business, entrepreneurship, it's an adventure. I wish you every success on yours, and I look forward to catching up with you again. Thank you so much, guys. And I'll leave you with this. If anybody wants to open up the phone, grab a photo, I'm more than happy to send any of these slides over to you. And if anybody has any questions, if we've got time. Is that 3 minutes, 5 minutes? Is that a no? No time for questions. Questions later, maybe, guys. Thank you again, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Duncan Stevens, for your amazing session and experiments. Thank you so much. يقال لو شاهدت العالم بعيني أنثى لكان كل ما فيها حقيقيا وجميلا. وهذا ما نقلته عدسة المخرجة الإماراتية التي قادها شغفها في فن التصوير لتؤسس شركة الإنتاج بيوند ستوديوز المتخصصة في إنتاج الفيديوهات والأفلام الوثائقية وتنظيف الأحداث. رحبوا معي بالمخرجة الإماراتية نهلة المهيري. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. طبعا أتشرف أني أكون اليوم هنا موجودة معاكم. مثل ما يقولون إن شاء الله يكون ختامه مسك اليوم. سعيدة بهذه التجربة. الحين بنقلكم لأجواء شوي مختلفة بعيدة عن كل السيشنز اللي مرت، كلها كانت في البزنس والمال وفي التكنولوجي. فإحنا شوي الحين بندخل في شوي المجال الإبداعي ومجال الفني ومجال الإخراج، يعني مجال السينمائي بالتحديد. طبعا أنا وايد أنسأل، ويعني في كل المقابلات التلفزيونية اللي أحضرها، وتو حتى سألوني برا قالوا لي نهلة شو الفيلم اللي تحلمين تخرجينه، أو منو الشخصية اللي أنت عندك حلم أن أنت تخرجين لهذه الشخصية. طبعا أنا عندي 3 سيناريوهات اليوم قررت أني أنا أحدد فيها المحاضرة مالتي اليوم وأتكلم فيها. هذه السيناريوهات أنا وزعتها على 3 أشياء، وهي هذه تقريبا الأفلام اللي أنا أتمنى أني أخرجها، وأتمنى أني أتناول هذه الشخصيات بعد في أعمالي. حلم يعني بالنسبة لي. السيناريو الأول طبعا يتكلم عن نهلة الطفلة في بداية الثمانينات تقريبا في منطقة جميرة، أم سقيم بالتحديد. تخيلوا معاي أنتم هذا المشهد. إحنا دائما المخرجين يكون عندنا المشهد أو المشاهد والسيناريو تكون مكتوبة في أوراق، بعدين تي عندنا شغلة أن نحن ننفذها فعليا مع ممثلين، مع لوكيشن، مع مواقع، مع إنتاج كامل، فريق كامل متكامل. فالسيناريو الأول بيكون عن نهلة الطفلة في منطقة جميرة في بيت متواضع على البحر. بكون في الحافلة المدرسية الصفراء، أكيد تذكرونها. راجع البيت الظهر، تستقبلني أمي كعادتها، تعرف الموعد المحدد لعودتي للبيت. تستقبلني وتشوف بعد زميلاتي وصديقاتي والمشرفة، تسلم عليهم، وبسرعة بسرعة أستعجل أنا عشان أتغدى، أتناول الغداء مع أهلي. وبعدين نظراتي على هذا الصندوق الكبير اللي موجود عندنا في ركن في المنزل. هذا الصندوق مثل ما قلت لكم يعني هو كشكله كبير، مربع كذي وكبير، وصناعة يابانية أيضاً مثل ما أتذكر. فوايد كان يعني أنا كطفلة صغيرة وايد كان يعني يستفزني، وايد كان يخليني أسأل أسئلة إن شو هذا الشيء بالضبط، اللي حتى لما نحن نزور أهلنا أشوفه عندهم بعد في الصالة، أشوفه عندهم في الميلس. بعدين عرفت إن هذا اسمه تلفزيون. هذا جهاز يوجد في كل بيت الحمد لله. يعني هذيك الأيام توفر الخير لكل الناس، والحمد لله استطاعت أن توفر التلفزيونات عنده في البيت. بصراحة أنا وايد انعجبت بهذا الجهاز من يوم أنا طفلة صغيرة. انعجبت فيه وبديت أسأل أسئلة دائما. إن بالتحديد الساعة 4 العصر كانت هاي الفقرة المناسبة للجميع أعتقد، اللي هي فقرة الكرتون، كرتون الطيبين، البرامج، بعدين تي المسلسلات، بعدين تي المسرحيات. فهذا الجهاز قام ينقلني لعالم ثاني، قام يعني يطرح أسئلة في مخي دائما. إن هذيل منو اللي في التلفزيون؟ كيف دخلوا في التلفزيون عندنا في بيتنا؟ كيف؟ فكنت أسأل إنه، وهذا شيء طبيعي ترى كطفل صغير يسأل أسئلة الواحد ما تخطر في باله، ولكن الحلو إن أهلي انتبهوا لهاي الأسئلة، لاحظوا اهتمامي أيضاً بهذا الجهاز. حتى عندي صوري وأنا صغيرة وين بتصور واقفة عند التلفزيون أو بتصور قبضة التليفون أو بالجرايد. فكل وسائل الكوميونيكيشن كنت يعني معاي في الصورة، كانت معاي في كل شيء. فأذكر كنت حتى أسأل إن هذه الشخصية اسمها يختلف عن هذه الشخصية، وهذه لونها غير، شكلها غير. ف يعني هذا الجهاز مؤثر، يجعلك تعيش في عالم مختلف، يجعلك تتفاعل معه. احنا نشوف في اشياء ما تعودنا عليها في بيئتنا، فاثار فضولي. بعدين يعني من خلال الصوت والصوره، فمثل ما قلت لكم حسيت ان هاي الشخصيات الموجوده هم صاروا يعني هم كانهم ضيوفنا في البيت، هم اصدقائي، ويخلص هذا العمل ويعمل ثاني نفس الشيء، اتعرف على شخصيات جديده. فبعدين الشيء الحلو اللي كان تأثيره في التلفزيون علي إنه نقلني لمدن ولمعالم مو موجودة كانت عندنا في الإمارات، مو موجودة عندنا، شيء جديد أنا سأشوف، شيء سأتعرف عليه، شيء جديد. عرفني على عادات وتقاليد أيضاً مختلفة. على سبيل المثال في عمر 5 سنوات تقريباً أنا عرفت إن ساعة بيج بن موجودة في لندن بسبب كرتون سندبل. إذا حد شافه ويحضره شافه. تعرفت على بغداد من خلال سندباد من بغداد، إذا تعرفونه بعد متابعينه. تعرفت على حركة النحل من زينة ونحول. أنا هذا الجيل اللي ارتبط بالتلفزيون وتعرف على عادات وتقاليد وتعرف على أنماط وتعرف على أيضاً مدن ما زرتها وأنا طفلة، شفتها في هذه الأفلام. فكبر هذا الشيء معايا يوم أنا صغيرة، كبر يعني حب الاستطلاع والفضول. والأكثر من كذي في مسميات كنت أقراها في التتر، هذه أيضاً كبرت بعد معاي وكنت أدونها وأسأل عنها. هذا شو معناته؟ شو معنات الكاتب؟ شو معنات المنتج إنتاج؟ شو معنات المخرج؟ فكلها تركت عندي أثر إلين ما كبرت، وحسيت إن خلال هذه السنوات صارت يعني عندي علاقة وطيدة بيني وبين قنوات التواصل هذيك الفترة، التلفزيون، الراديو، المجلات، الجرايد. والحلو بعد في التلفزيون إذا تذكرون دائما نشرة الأخبار. طبعا أبوي الله يحفظه حريص على مشاهدة الأخبار. كنا يوميا نشوف، هو ما كان يعني مو مثل الحين في كل حجرة أو في كل صالة تلفزيون، لا كان في الصالة تلفزيون واحد والعائلة كلها تتابع. فكنا نشوف أخبار الشيخ زايد الله يرحمه ويغفر له يوميا بشكل يومي، يعني زيارات، افتتاح، كل شيء. فكان التلفزيون هذا هو المصدر الوحيد لبث الأخبار لنا ونقل الوقائع اللي تصير في الدولة. فنحن كبرنا على مشاهدة كل النشاطات واللي كان يقوم بها الشيخ زايد الله يرحمه ويغفر له والشيخ راشد بن سعيد والآباء المؤسسين عبر هذه الشاشات. وبعدين كنت أربط بين صورة الشيخ زايد في التلفزيون وبين دفاتر المدرسة، كنت أستانس إنه موجود. فحسينا إن بقربة معانا وتأثيره فينا ومصدر إلهام بالنسبة لي أنا شخصياً. فاللي أبغى أقوله إن مصدر الإلهام الرئيسي كان بالنسبة لي هو المنزل، هو البيت. ولليوم أنا أبصم إن السبب الرئيسي لإلهام أي طفل تشوفونه الحين ما بينكم هو المنزل، الأب والأم والمحيط الخاص فيه. فالحمد لله أن أنا الله أنعم علي بأب وأم الله يحفظهم، كانوا مصدر الإلهام لي. شافوا عندي هذا الشغف في الميديا، الشغف في التصوير، اشتروا لي كاميرا اللولية نيجاتيف. شافوا ان نحن عندي حب للفيديو، للمسرحيات، للافلام. بعد اشتروا جهاز الفيديو واشتروا لنا الافلام. هذا الشيء نما عندي، كبر. لما بعدين كبرنا ووصلت للمرحله الدراسيه، ايضا كبر هذا الشيء عندي، لان البيت هو الاساس مثل ما قلت لكم، ان نمى هذا الشغف عندي. مثل ما ذكرت عن الوالد المغفور له الشيخ زايد الله يرحمه ويغفر له، طبعا هو اسم الشيخ زايد ارتبط معنا جميعا، مو بس مع اهله، ارتبط معنا بكل مراحل العمر الحمد لله، ولا زال لليوم. فانا محظوظه، وكل شخص ايضا عاصر الشيخ زايد حس بهذا القرب. صحيح اني انا ما قابلته ولا مره، ولكن تاثيره كبير سواء علي وعلى كل فرد هني موجود لليوم. ابونا الشيخ زايد كان اسمه يتردد ايضا في الاذاعات، كنا نشوفه بالجريده، كنا نشوفه في كل مكان، ما نشوفه شخصيا ولكن نحس فيه لليوم. ف يعني حتى اذكر ان نحن يوم احنا كبرنا على حب الشيخ زايد، وكبرنا على المقولات الخاصه بالشيخ زايد، وانا احتفظ ايضا بهذه المقولات واحتفظ فيها لسبب ما الحين بقول لكم عنه. طبعا من هذه المقولات اللي نشكر ايضا مؤسسه ابو ظبي للاعلام وام انهم وثقوا هذه المقولات وعملوا منها منصات، ايضا منصه الشيخ زايد الرقميه وغيرها، فيها كل المقولات للشيخ زايد. زين الحين انا اليوم شفت بدايه الحفل في مقوله للشيخ زايد اللي هي اللي من له ماضي ليس له حاضر. هذه حفظناها الحمد لله، وكل ما نسمعها نحبها. في من المقولات المشهوره ايضا واللي تكررت ايضا من الشيخ زايد الله يرحمه ويغفر له، وايضا قالها بصيغ مختلفه. الشيخ زايد عمل معادله من هذه المقوله اذا بننتبه له. هو ربط الجهد، العمل بجهد والعزيمه والاخلاص من اجل هذا الوطن. ما تكلم عن الماده. اذا بترجعون لمقولاته كان يصر على موضوع العزيمه، الشخص تكون عنده عزيمه ويعمل بجهد وباخلاص، وبعدين جهوده بتثمر. وهذا احنا اللي اليوم نشوفه في دوله الامارات. هذه احنا ما ننظر للماده قبل الجهد والعزيمه، ننظر للنتيجه، احنا وين سايرين. فهذه المعادله انا صارت بالنسبه لي مثل منهج حياه، صارت مثل قاعده عندي، طبقتها في شغلي، طبقتها في دراستي كلها. فالحمد لله دائما اعتمدها ودائما اخذها اسلوب ومنهج حياه. ومثل ما نقول ان زايد هو الملهم، زايد هو يعني السبب الرئيسي لنجاحنا، ايضا نجاحنا احنا كمراه اماراتيه. اللي كان يسعدني حتى لما كنت صغيره، لما كنا نشوف زياره الشيخ زايد الله يرحمه للجمعيات النسائيه، للممرضات، للمعلمات، كان يعني سبب وجوده هو دعم لهذه المراه وتمكين لها. فانا حسيت ان انا بعد يوم بكبر بعد بيكون لي مكانه نفس كل امراه عامله وناجحه. وطبعا لا ننسى ان من ساندته في هذه المهمه طبعا سمو الشيخه فاطمه بنت مبارك ام الامارات الله يحفظها ويطول بعمرها، الداعم الاول والاكبر للمراه الاماراتيه وللمراه ايضا خارج حدود دوله الامارات. من اسبوعين كنت في مهرجان زايد التراثي، كل سنه ازوره، ففي زياره لاحد المحلات مريت على محل مكتوب عليه جزيرة سقطرة. وعندي شغف أنا هالفترة بحكم حبي للسفر إني أتعرف أكثر على جزيرة سقطرى وتاريخها وعاداتها وتقاليدها. فسألت البنت الموجودة هناك في المحل، قلت لها بصراحة أنا أول مرة ألتقي بوجوه من سقطرى، وأول مرة أتعرف على منتوجاتكم وتراثكم. قالت لي الفضل يعود لسمو الشيخة فاطمة بنت مبارك. إحنا ليش موجودين في أبو ظبي؟ بدعم منها وإصرارها على تواجدنا اليوم نحن في أبو ظبي، وهذه مو بأول مرة، دائما تدعمنا إن إحنا موجودين. فهذا اللي أبغى أقوله، إن دعم وتمكين المرأة الإماراتية وغير الإماراتية الداعم الرئيسي هي سمو الشيخة فاطمة بنت مبارك، الله يحفظها ويطول بعمرها. فنحن محظوظين بهذه القيادة وبالتمكين هذا اللي حصلنا عليه، هذا الإلهام. يعني من بيسألوني نهلة أنت شغلك صعب، إخراج، تصوير، سيناريوهات، ممثلين، هذا كله يهون. إحنا لما نفكر في اسم دولة الإمارات وموقع دولة الإمارات ووين وصلنا نحن، كل هذا يهون ما دام في عزيمة وإصرار وشغف وتحديات. فهذا الشيء يشعرنا بسعادة. فمن الأشياء أيضاً المهمة، من الأشياء الثمينة اللي نحن لازم نقدرها ونشكر ربنا عليها، إن دولة الإمارات وفرت لنا جميع التخصصات في الجامعات سواء كانت حكومية ولا خاصة. هذا الشيء ساعدني أنا لما جيت أختار التخصص اللي أبغى أدرسه في الجامعة. طبعاً ما فكرت مرتين لما شفت تخصص الإعلام والكوميونيكيشن تكنولوجي وكل هذه الأمور، قلت خلاص أنا هذا اللي أنا بدرسه. وتخصصت درسته. في البداية طبعاً بتسألوني شو التحديات، دائماً يسألوني شو واجهتك نهلة، شو التحديات اللي واجهتك. التحدي الأكبر أو اللي شوية كان عندي مثل في المنزل، هو يعني كان عندي مثل أسئلة وشوية مو بغير قبول، يعني أن شك في الاختيار في التخصص اللي اخترته. هو أبوي الله يحفظه كان يقول لي أنت الحين درستي اخترتي الإعلام، وين بتتوظفين؟ يعني هو ما كان تقليل من هذا التخصص، هو كان خوف علي أن أنا أدرس 4 سنوات وأتخرج وبعدين ما أحصل شغل. فأنا أتكلم هذا عن بداية 2000 لما كان تواجد المرأة في المجال الإعلامي بكافة التخصصات نسبياً قليل. وما كانت، يعني أنا أعترف أن ما كانت حتى كل العوائل تشجع، لأن أنا كثير أيضاً من البنات اللي درسوا معايا بس توظفوا انتقلوا لإدارات مختلفة بعيدة كلياً عن الإعلام. أنا أصريت على التخصص، قلت له أبوي أنا أحب هذا المجال، ما أشوف نفسي في مجال ثاني. قال لي زين كملي. كملت، تخرجت الحمد لله وخلصت. بعدين رد سألني وين بتتوظفين؟ منو بيوظفك؟ رد يسألني هذه الأسئلة. ما تركت لنفسي أي شيء يحبطني أو يكسر من عزيمتي. الحمد لله حصلت على مثل فترة تدريب في أحد المؤسسات الإعلامية في دبي، ودخلت. وايد كنت متحمسة. دخلت هذه المؤسسة، وبعدين أول يوم، ثاني يوم، وصلت لرابع يوم ما حد كلمني. هم حطوني اختاروا حطوني في قسم وهو من الأقسام المتخصصة يعني في المونتاج والإخراج وهذا والجرافيكس، وبس هدوني. زين حد يسمعني، حد يكلمني، حد يشوف أنا وين ميولي، ما حد كلمني. فقررت أني أترك هذا المجال. تركت هذه المؤسسة وهذا التدريب وانتقلت لقطاع خاص. طبعاً إذا بتكلم عن 2001-2002 قطاع خاص كان بعده مو محبب من يعني الموظفين، يعني هم بحثاً عن أولاً الراتب، بحثاً عن الأمان الوظيفي هذيك الفترة. فأنا قررت أني
أتدرب في قطاع خاص، وبعدين الحمد لله جتني وظيفة ضحيت فيها بنصف الراتب، وضحيت فيها بالأمان الوظيفي، وضحيت فيها بوايد أشياء، ولكن اللي حصلته هو التدريب المهني الصح مع الناس المتخصصين في مجال الإنتاج والإخراج. تعلمت أشياء ما تعلمتها أنا في الجامعة أبداً. يعني من أول يوم دخلوني موقع تصوير، من أول يوم شلينا الكاميرا وكل شيء. فكل هذه تحديات يعني إحنا واجهناها سواء أنا ولا غيري، ولكن الحمد لله يعني قدرنا إن إحنا نستغل الفرص في تعلم كل شيء يهمنا في هذا المجال. يعني في أمور أنا أنظر لها لبعدين، أنا كيف بتعلم، كيف بطور من نفسي. وبعدين طبعا حسيت أني أنا لازم أيضا ما أقدر أتم على نفس الروتين، لازم أنتقل أيضا لمراحل مختلفة. فبديت أخذ كورسز، سواء كانت هذه الورش في دولة الإمارات ولا خارج دولة الإمارات. ما أقدر أقول لكم إن كل فترة كنت أكبر فيها كنت أطمع للمزيد، أبى أسوي يعني أخرج أشياء وايد. بعدين لما كل ما كنت وأقدم أفكار، وكانت يعني ميزانيات شوية أكبر من المرصودة لبعض الدوائر، كانوا يقولوا لي إن هاي الميزانية أو هاي الفكرة ما نقدر بعدين. فبديت شوية أحس بإحباط. طبعا بعد ما كملت 5 سنوات 6 سنوات يعني في المجال، بديت أحس بإحباط، وفكرت بصراحة لوهلة إني أترك هذا المجال، أترك خلاص. يعني حسيت إنه ما في تشجيع من المحيط. ولكن في لحظة الحمد لله يعني يت من الله أن وصلني إيميل بترشيحي لدورة هو عبارة عن كورس مكثف في السينما في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. وفي نفس الوقت يتني مثل رسالة أيضاً بتأسيس شركة، لو صغيرة لو مكتب صغير، وإحنا يعني الأمور سهلة إن شاء الله في دبي. طبعاً هذيك الفترة كان في عنا طفرة ما شاء الله، اللي ساعدها أيضاً يعني الشيء من الأسباب اللي خلتني أتراجع عن تركي لهذا المجال، هي الطفرة اللي صارت في دبي. افتتاح مدينة دبي للاستديوهات، افتتاح مدينة دبي للإعلام، الاستديوهات الخاصة اللي فتحت. فهالشيء شوية يعني أنعش الحركة الإعلامية والحركة السينمائية، وطلع عنا مهرجان دبي السينمائي. فقلت خلني أخذ هذه الدورة، وصرت أمريكا ودرست في 4 ولايات، ومن بعدها رجعت دبي، وتذكرت هذه الرسالة اللي جتني عشان تأسيس شركة. وكانوا في عندي زملاء أيضاً فتحوا، وأنا سايرة أفتح وجايبة أوراقي، الأوراق صورة الجواز، ورقة من البنك، هاي الإجراءات العادية. فرحت وأنا أعطيهم الأوراق وجالسة على الكرسي وبخلص، أعطوني الرخصة جاهزة، وأعطوني مفتاح المكتب. وكان والله المكتب 2 دورين يعني من كبره. قالوا لي هاي الرخصة معفية من الأجور، وهذا المكتب أيضاً عندك سنة من دون ما تدفعين أجار. يعني شو أكثر من شيء نحن نبغى كدعم. أنا طبعاً صدمت وقتها وفرحت في نفس الوقت، ولكن هذا تشجيع وهذه رسالة إن نحن ما نتهاون وما نترك أحلامنا. بصراحة يعني هذيك الفترة أيضاً دبي هي كانت مصدر إلهام لي، إن وين ما نصد لا ما في مجال للتراجع. هني في دولة الإمارات ما في مجال للتراجع لأي خطوة نحن نخطيها. فبديت هذه الشركة الحمد لله في 2010، ولا زالت قائمة الحمد لله الحين 13 سنة. قدرت أحقق فيها أحلامي، قدرت أحقق فيها كل شيء كنت أتمنى أسويه. تعاملت مع الحمد لله الوزارات والدوائر الحكومية والدوائر الخاصة، وأسست فيها كثير، وأنتجت فيها كثير من الأعمال الحمد لله. فهذا الشيء بعد من بعدها طبعا جتني أعمال كثيرة، وهذه الأعمال الفنية كانت يعني شو أبغي أكثر من أنها تحمل اسم، يعني من أشعار الشيخ زايد الله يرحمه، من أشعار صاحب سمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد، من أشعار سمو الشيخ حمدان بن محمد، بأعمال يعني متتالية ورا بعض. فهذا بحد ذاته تشجيع لي، هذا بحد ذاته ثقة القيادة فيه. فالحمد لله أن نحن في دولة تثمن وتعرف الشخص الناجح والشخص اللي المبدع، تعرف الشخص النشيط والمجتهد. الحمد لله يعني حتى انتقلت من بعدها لمراحل متعددة من الإخراج والإنتاج، وكان آخرها طبعا يعني طبعا دخلت مجال إخراج المسلسلات رغم التحديات، تقديم ورش أيضا في المجال السينمائي، كثير دخلت أيضا تم اختياري أيضا أني أحكم في بعض المهرجانات السينمائية داخل الدولة وخارجها. وآخرها طبعا العمل أو الدور اللي أعتز فيه أنا هو لما وكلوني بإدارة المحتوى الإماراتي بالكامل في إكسبو 2020 مثل ما شفتوا في الفيديو كنا نصور بعض الأعمال. فإدارة المحتوى الإماراتي ونقل الصورة الإماراتية للعالم في هذا الحدث الأروع كانت مهمة أعتز فيها وأفتخر فيها. والحمد لله يعني قدرنا أن نحن إن شاء الله نكون بيضنا الوجه. وهذه يعني من أحدث الأعمال. آخر شيء اللي أبغى أقوله طبعاً اليوم إحنا بالنسبة لنا الإمارات هي ملهمة الأجيال. الإمارات اليوم هي أصبحت تستقطب الملهمين وأيضاً تصدر الملهمين. اليوم الإمارات هي من احتضنتني، هي مثل الأم بالنسبة لي، احتضنتني وآمنت بموهبتي ووثقت بقدراتي، وقيادتنا أيضاً اللي وثقوا فيا، وبسببهم أنا اليوم طبعاً موجودة هني، وبسبب دولة الإمارات أنا موجودة اليوم هني بينكم على هذا المسرح. وإن شاء الله يا رب دائماً نحن نشرف اسم دولة الإمارات ونرفع اسمها في العالي. مشكورين، السلام عليكم.
شكراً.
في أسئلة ولا طولنا عليكم؟ تفضل. تركتوا الأسئلة لآخر فقرة.
السلام عليكم. مجدي الشربيني، مؤلف ومنتج. وأنا أثرني أستاذة نهلة لما قلتي قدمت نفسك مخرجة وكان ليكي أحلام والدولة بترعاكي ما شاء الله يعني. والإمارات حققت خطوات كبيرة جدا يشهد ليها، وخدت مكانتها أو مكانة كبيرة جدا يعني. ولكن كمخرجة متخصصة بسألك، ده يعني المكانة دي لغاية دلوقتي مش متواجدة دراميا ولا سينمائيا، مع ان زي ما سمعت منك دلوقتي مكتب ما شاء الله كبير وإنتاج متوفر وحاجات زي كده. لكن فين أي عمل درامي أو سينمائي يصدر مكانة الإمارات للعالم؟ الناس والملهمين بيجوا هنا بيروحوا في ما شاء الله كل حاجة واضحة جدا قدام الأعين، لكن فين ده دراميا؟ ما دي رسالة مش أقل من إنجاز حربي.
نعم.
أوكي؟ فين الرسالة دي متقدمة فين دراميا سينمائيا مش متوظفة ليه؟ شكرا.
شكرا على سؤالك. اللي أبغى أقول لك إن اليوم نحن في دولة الإمارات الحمد لله عندنا نشاط درامي وعندنا نشاط سينمائي، ولكن بنسبة قليلة إذا قارناه بالدول الأخرى. اليوم نحن أنا معاك أتفق أن الإنتاج الدرامي نشوفه فقط في رمضان اللي هو شهر واحد من السنة، وهذا نسبياً معروف قليل. أنا معاك إن نحن نتفق إن ضروري جداً إن نحن نصدر صورة دولة الإمارات والبيوت الإماراتية بطريقة صحيحة عبر الدراما وعبر التلفزيون، مو بس ترى الدراما والسينما، حتى في الأفلام التوعوية اللي نشوفها. اليوم نحن لازم نحسن اختيار الممثلين، نحسن اختيار الحوار اللي ينزل في هذه الأفلام، نحسن اختيار أيضاً سيناريو كامل، إن هل هو يمثلنا؟ هل هو يعكس بيئتنا وبيوتنا وصورتنا؟ إحنا لا، هذه الأمور لازم ننتبه لها. أنا معك أن الإنتاج نسبياً قليل ولكنه متواجد. نكون متواجدين أحسن ما نكون غير متواجدين. يعني حتى في عندنا أفلام سينمائية، والحمد لله أنا شاركت في أفلام سينمائية، الحمد لله شاركنا في مهرجانات عالمية كبيرة وحزنا عليها جوائز. فوجود الحركة أحسن من عدم وجودها. وإن شاء الله يعني نحن ما في شيء يصعب علينا في دولة الإمارات، إن شاء الله تعود المهرجانات السينمائية، وأيضاً يصير في كثافة عندنا في الإنتاجات سواء كانت الدرامية والسينمائية، وأيضاً يصير في كثافة أيضاً في الأفلام اللي تنشر عبر قنوات التواصل الاجتماعي وتنقل الصورة الصحيحة للعائلة والبيت الإماراتي.
شكراً.
شكراً أستاذ. في سؤال؟ في سؤال هني. أنا قلت لكم في البداية إن 3 سيناريوهات أنا أبغى أشتغل عليهم كأفلام. أولاً قصة طفولتي، ثانياً عشان نعكس نحن كيف كانت البيئة الإماراتية الصحيحة، ثانياً الفيلم اللي حلمي إني أنا أكتبه وأنتجه وأخرجه هو سيرة حياة المغفور له الشيخ زايد الله يرحمه ويغفر له. وثالثاً السيناريو الثالث هي قصة الإمارات، نجاح الإمارات، لأن بالفعل هي قصة تستحق أن تروى. وإذا بتلاحظون كلها قصص ترى مش فانتازيا ولا من الخيال، كلها قصص واقعية وحقيقية، وهذا اللي نحن نحتاجه، الأوريجينال ستوريز.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
وياك عبد الله حميد الخاطري.
مرحبا.
أول شيء يعطيك ألف عافية.
مرحبا.
أنا صراحة وايد يعجبني شغلك وتأثرت وايد من الكلام اللي أنت قلتيه، خاصة في الاستديوهات والفنون، لأني أنا صراحة أنا أحب أرسم وأحب مجال الفنون وايد. فبغيت أسألك، أنت الاستوديو اللي أنتم عندكم بيوند ستوديوز،
نعم،
شو المجالات أنتم تشتغلون عليها؟ مثلا تشتغلون على الانيميشنز أو المجالات الثانية من الفنون؟
كل المجالات عندنا موجودة. مشكور أخوي. وطبعاً بيوند ستوديوز هذا كان حلم بالنسبة لي، وفي هني شخص على فكرة هو من الناس اللي في البداية كان معاصرني وقت تأسيس بيوند ستوديوز، اللي هو عمر البسعيدي، اللي كان متحدث بعد اليوم. طبعاً عمر، أنا عندي تاج لاين للشركة هو where imaginations have no boundaries، يعني ما في حدود للإبداع عندنا. فهذا اللاين ساعدني فيه أخوي عمر، لأنه هو عاصر فترة أني أنا عندي هذا الشغف أني أنشئ هذه الشركة الخاصة. شركتي مثل ما قلت لك ما في حدود للإبداع. اليوم إحنا اللي تعلمناه من المجال الخاص والعمل في القطاع الخاص هو أن نحن نحتك في المتخصصين الخبراء، نصنع مثل ما نقول النتورك هذا الكبير بين التقنيين الفنيين خارج الدولة، نسافر خارج الدولة للاستديوهات عشان نحن أيضا ننقل هذه الخبرات عندنا في دولة الإمارات. اليوم كل شيء صار متوفر عندنا، ولكن نحن نبحث عن الجودة، نبحث عن الكواليتي. أي عمل الحمد لله نحن اليوم نشارك فيه أو نحن نتطرق أو نحن نسعى أن نحن نشتغل عليه، تكون عندنا متوفرة كل الأساسيات المطلوبة لإنتاج عمل فني مرئي مناسب وفيه كواليتي، فيه الجودة العالية. الأنيميشن موجود، الإيفنتات موجودة، الأفلام الوثائقية موجودة اللي أنا أحبها وايد وشاركت فيها، والطاقم أيضا الفني. فإحنا يعني أنا بدوري بعد أحب أدعم كل موهبة إماراتية، وأيضا أي موهبة ثانية حابة أنها يعني تلجأ أو لبيوند ستوديوز، وهذا المكان مكان الجميع. شكرا. في سؤال ثاني؟
لا بس ها كان السؤال.
شكرا.
يعطيك العافيه.
الله
ما شاء الله
يعافيك.
عندنا في الامارات عندنا مجتمع الرسامين والفنانين وايد ترى.
نعم.
ومجتمع صغير وكل حد اسمه محتك ويا بعض. وكل حد مجتمع.
نحن نفتخر فيكم كلكم.
ان شاء الله.
الله يحفظك.
يعطيك العافيه.
شكرا. في بعد ورا. شكل المجال السينمائي والفني محبب عند الجميع.
عاد اسمحي لنا اخذنا من الوقت.
لا بالعكس.
وياك عبد الله الهناي.
مرحبا هلا اخوي عبد الله.
عندي سؤالين. السؤال الاول، هل يتكم مشاركه للمؤلفين من خارج المكتب، يعني من الشباب الاماراتي او غيره؟
اكيد.
وتم تنفيذه ونجاحه؟
اكيد.
والسؤال الثاني، متى بنشوف فيلم من نهله الصغيره؟
ان شاء الله. بالنسبة تقصد كتابة السيناريو من شباب إماراتيين؟
اي نعم.
تنفذ ولا لم ينفذ؟
تنفذ ونجح.
تنفذ. أنا عندي فيلم كان نفذناه لإمارة راس الخيمة. كان طبعا أنا وكلت المهمة كلها لشابة إماراتية موهوبة. قلت لها لازم يكون كتابتك أنت وإخراجك أنت. فكانت هي كل شوية تستشيرني أنا، لأن شايفة شغلها، فكانت عندي ثقة، يعني كنت واثقة فيها ثقة تماماً بالشغل اللي هي بتنتجه. فحلو إن نحن بعد اليوم دورنا إن نحن أيضاً نعطي مجال للشباب الإماراتيين الموهوبين اللي حابين إنهم يخطون خطوات في هذا المجال. فطبعا هي كتبت الفيلم وهي نفذته بالكامل، وانعرض امام صاحب السمو الحاكم، واشاد فيه كثير. يعني في افلام ثانيه، في افكار ثانيه. طبعا نحن نشتغل على الافلام السوشيال ميديا. اترك ايضا المجال لكتاب اماراتيين موهوبين اللي حاب يشارك. طبعا مثل ما تقول يعني دوري معاهم يكون مثل المنتورشيب.
يعني تقريبا استشاره تكون أكثر
دوري
شيء.
يكون معاهم. ما أحب يعني إني أكون معاهم كمستشار، أحب أكون معاهم نحن نكون كعائلة. هذا مجال إبداعي.
كجزء منهم يعني.
مجال إبداعي حلو إن نحن كنا نتناقش على نفس الطاولة على الفكرة، على المنتج النهائي كيف بيطلع، على الصورة اللي إحنا كيف حابين وحريصين على أنها تطلع. فبالعكس المجال مفتوح للجميع. اشتغل معاهم.
وعشان نهله الصغيره.
نهلة الصغيرة إن شاء الله بنشتغل عليه، بنوثق كل لحظة في إن شاء الله من هذه اللحظات الجميلة اللي عشناها ونحن صغار ودائما نسمعها، أيام الطيبين والطيبين. ففي تفاصيل، يعني أنا وايد أحب التفاصيل، فهاي التفاصيل أتمنى أني أنا أنقلها بحرفية، اللي يشوفه يتذكر هذيك الأيام صح إن شاء الله.
شكرا على الوضوح.
شكرا أخوي. شكرا. في سؤال هنا؟ ها هني؟ اي اوكي.
في البداية شكرا على كل الجهود اللي سويتيها، وياك فاطمة الكربي. بما انك تمكنتي وصرتي يعني المثال للمرأة الإماراتية الملهمة واللي نجحتي هالنجاح، في سؤال اعتقد بتكون جوابه يعني كلمة واحدة. شو المهارة اللي استخدمتيها عشان تواجهين المنافسين؟
المهارة اللي استخدمتها كلمة واحدة تبين؟
عشان ما نطول عليهم بس.
عشان أواجه المنافسين، هو شوفي أنا في شخصيتي عندي حب الاستطلاع وايد، يعني أعلم نفسي بنفسي. ما أتريى إني شيء أتعلمه من منهج أو من مدرسة أو شو ما كان. لا، إذا حبيت أتعلم شغلة أو سمعتها من شخص مصطلح أصير أبحث عنها. فهاي السيلف إديوكيشن يسمونها، لما يكون الشخص يعلم نفسه، يثقف نفسه، قراءة، حب الاستطلاع، هذه بتعطيني مجال لأني ممكن أتعلم أشياء. طبعا المجال التنافسي نحن كنا نحبه عشان نستمر في عملنا، فحب الاستطلاع هذا يخليني أطلع مثلا على أحدث التقنيات في مجالي، مجال الإخراج، أحدث الأساليب اللي توفرت اليوم إنه في مجال الإبداعي، في الأنيميشن، في الجرافيكس، شو ما كان، أحدث التقنيات اللي توفرت في مجال الصوت والصورة. فكنت قبل أستحي إني أسأل عشان ما يقولون إنه ما تعرف، فصرت أتعلم بروحي عشان أعرف وما أستحي من السؤال. أسأل هذا شو، هذا كيف يستخدمونه، هذا شو بيفيدني إذا استخدمته. فهذه الأشياء ضرورية لكل شخص، إن لا تكتمين السؤال عندك، قولي، اسألي، عشان أنت بالنهاية أنت مستفيدة.
يعطيك العافية وما قصرتي.
شكرا. خلاص، شكرا لكم، شكرا على أسئلتكم، وأتمنى لكم يوم سعيد. شكرا.
شكرا للمخرجة الإماراتية نهلة المهيري على الأحاديث والقصص الجميلة. شكرا لك على مشاركتك لنا هذه القصص الشخصية والطموحات الكبيرة التي تحققت في حياتك. شكرا. بعد أن شاهدنا رحلة إبداع نهلة في السينما، ننتقل لنستعرض فيديو قصير عن الفنان ناثانيال على منصة زايد الملهم.
My dreams, they inspire me to achieve big things in life. Well, my name is Nathaniel Alapide. I have been living here in the UAE for about 18 years, and what I do is I'm a sand artist. What I do is I create large murals on the beach or in the desert. What motivates me and inspires me in life are the relationships that I have with the people around me and the relationship that I have within the community that I live in. Well, the sand art, I started making it when I made a tribute for my grandmother. So I did this massive tree on the beach at Jumeirah. So every time I'm off or whenever I have time, I would go to the beach and create something. And it started from there, so people started seeing it, and newspapers, they made a story about it, they made a video, and then now here we've broken the record for the largest sand image in the world. So to really know what you love, what you want, and nurture what you love. It can be singing or dancing, but really take care of it, because this is who you are, and when you do that, you inspire.
والآن لنكشف عن اللوحة الإبداعية على الرمل والتي خصها للحدث العالمي للإلهام زايد توك. Thank you ناثانيال, amazing job. أود أن أنوه أن بعد ما نخلص إن شاء الله للي ما عنده مانع بياخذون صورة جماعية جميلة مع هذه اللوحة الرملية للمغفور له بإذن الله الشيخ زايد، وهذه اللوحة بمناسبة هذا الحدث الجميل. في الختام نقول تحقيق أحلامنا ليس بالمستحيل، فقط بالإلهام والإصرار والثقة بالنفس سنغدو قادرين على جعل الحلم حقيقة وكتابة قصة نجاحنا الملهمة في هذه الحياة. فعلى أمل أن يغدو كل حلم حقيقة نلقاكم في فعاليات إبداعية وملهمة أخرى على أرض الإمارات العربية المتحدة. شكرا لكم جميعا على حضوركم. ندعوكم الآن للانضمام إلى مأدبة الغداء. نشكركم على حضوركم هذا الحدث. إلى اللقاء.
السلام عليكم. تفضلوا على اليمين، على يمين القاعة أو يسار القاعة، الغداء هناك. حياكم الله يا جماعة، تفضلوا.
Hello.
We would like to invite everyone to lunch on the left side of the room.